haunted forest is not just a channel. It is a community built by people who have seen, heard, and felt what most cannot believe. Stay close as we reveal stories that make you question what is real and what is lurking just beyond your sight. Panic. Pure, unadulterated panic. That is what hit me when the guttural murmurs and heavy, rhythmic thumps started echoing through the trees. It was not a quick, sharp burst of fear that makes you jump and then subsides. No, this was a cold, creeping dread that coiled my gut and squeezed, tightening with every beat of those unholy thumps. I was deep in the Blackwood, remember, the place where the sky just vanished, replaced by an absolute, suffocating blackness. And the silence. God, the silence before those sounds began was almost worse. It was the kind of silence that screams that you are utterly, completely alone. But then, those new sounds started, and suddenly, being alone felt like a luxury I would never appreciate again. The murmurs were low, almost a growl, but with a strange, undulating quality, like several voices speaking in unison, yet out of sync, in a language no human tongue was meant to utter. And the thumps, they were not footsteps. Not exactly. They were too heavy, too deliberate, too rhythmic. Like something massive, something impossibly large, was being dragged across the forest floor, or perhaps was walking with a terrifying, slow purpose. They reverberated through the very ground beneath me, a deep, resonant pulse that I felt in my bones. I would drop my pack, my hands flying to my ears, as if that would somehow block out the sound, but it was useless. The sounds were everywhere, coming from every direction and no direction at all. They were in the air, in the earth, in my head. My first instinct, the primal one, was to run. Just run. But where? The darkness was absolute. My flashlight, a high-powered tactical beam, was a pathetic pinprick against the void. It barely illuminated the nearest trees, making them look like skeletal claws reaching out of the abyss. Running blindly in this terrain, in this darkness, was a death sentence. I could trip, fall, break something, and then well, I did not want to think about what would happen then. So I froze, huddled against the rough bark of a tree, trying to make myself as small as possible, trying to disappear. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that threatened to drown out the sounds, but never quite succeeded. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch made me jump, my imagination conjuring horrors out of the void. Hours passed like this, or maybe minutes. Time was meaningless in this place. The sounds continued, relentless, a lullaby of dread. Eventually, exhaustion, or perhaps just the sheer, overwhelming terror, started to numb me. My muscles ached, my eyes burned from straining against the darkness. I must have drifted in and out of a terrified half-sleep, because at some point the sounds changed. The guttural murmurs faded, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible hum. It was not loud, not like the thumps, but it was pervasive. It vibrated in the air, a deep, resonant frequency that seemed to bypass my ears and go straight to my teeth, making them ache. The thumps, too, became less distinct, dissolving into the background hum, like a distant, heavy heartbeat. My morbid curiosity, the very thing that had brought me into this cursed forest, began to wrestle with my fear. What was that hum? It felt artificial, yet ancient. It was not a natural sound of the forest. Nothing here was natural anymore, driven by a desperate need for answers, or perhaps just a subconscious desire to find a source for this madness. I slowly pushed myself up. My legs were stiff, my body screaming in protest, but my mind was fixed. I had to know. I had to see. I retrieved my pack, fumbling for my compass. Useless. The needle spun wildly, a frantic, meaningless dance. My GPS was dead, of course. No signal, no satellites in this perpetually black sky. I was truly, utterly lost. But the hum, it seemed to have a direction, a subtle, almost imperceptible pull. I started walking, my flashlight beam cutting a narrow swathe through the oppressive darkness. Every step was deliberate, every rustle underfoot a potential threat. The trees here were ancient, their branches gnarled and twisted, draped and thick, black moss that seemed to absorb what little light my beam offered. The air was heavy, damp, and carried a faint earthy smell mixed with something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. The hum grew stronger as I moved, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the soles of my boots. It was almost hypnotic, drawing me in. My fear had not vanished, not by a long shot, but it was now tempered by a strange sense of inevitability, a fatalistic curiosity. I had come this far, I might as well see what fresh hell awaited me. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only an hour or two, I noticed a subtle shift in the forest. The trees, though still ancient and dark, seemed to thin out slightly. The undergrowth became less dense, as if something had cleared a path. And then, through a gap in the skeletal branches, I saw it. It was not a structure, not in the conventional sense. It was a circle, a massive, perfect circle of standing stones. My breath hitched in my throat. I stopped dead, the beam of my flashlight shaking as I swept it across the scene. These were not just rocks. These were megaliths, towering slabs of dark, rough-hewn stone, easily 15 to 20 feet high, some even taller. They stood upright, deeply embedded in the earth, forming a perfect ring, perhaps 50 yards in diameter. There were maybe 12 or 13 of them, each one a silent, imposing sentinel. The hum, I realized, was emanating from them. It was not just in the air anymore, it was in the stones themselves. I could feel it radiating off them, a low-frequency vibration that resonated deep within my chest cavity. I walked closer, my steps slow and cautious, my flashlight beam crawling over the ancient surfaces. The stones were a dark, almost black granite, rough and unpolished, but strangely smooth in places, as if worn by countless eons of wind and rain. Or something else. As I got closer, I saw them. Carvings. They were not human. Not in any way I recognized. Swirling, intricate patterns, symbols that looked like a terrifying hybrid of ancient runes and alien script. They depicted figures, too. Tall, slender beings with elongated limbs and heads that were not quite human, not quite animal. They seemed to be performing rituals, standing around a central point, their forms distorted, almost liquid, in the flickering light of my beam. Some of the carvings showed these beings offering up something that looked disturbingly like human forms, twisted and screaming. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a deeper, more profound fear than anything I had felt before. This was not just a strange forest. This was a place of ancient, unspeakable power. A place where things that should not exist did. I circled the perimeter, keeping a respectful distance, my flashlight beam dancing over the carvings. Each stone told a fragment of a story, a horrifying saga of sacrifice and dark communion. The air within the circle felt different, heavier, charged with an unseen energy. It was a place of immense power, and I, Alex, the urban explorer, the skeptic, was standing right in the middle of it. I found a relatively clear spot just outside the ring, nestled between two particularly large, moss-covered trees. My mind raced, trying to process what I was seeing. A stone circle, in the middle of an impossible, perpetually dark forest, emitting a hum and covered in disturbing, alien carvings. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. This was beyond the realm of human understanding. Despite the terror, a strange, almost academic curiosity began to assert itself. I was a witness. I had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary, truly horrifying. And a part of me, the explorer part, the part that always pushed for one more look, one more discovery, wanted to understand. I set up a makeshift camp, not really planning to sleep, but needing a central point, a place to return to. I laid out my thermal blanket, my water bottle, and some emergency rations. I kept my knife close, a pathetic defense against whatever lurked in this place, but it was a comfort nonetheless. The hum from the stones was constant, a low, throbbing presence that filled the air. It was disorienting, making it hard to think clearly, hard to distinguish my own heartbeat from its rhythm. I tried to focus, to calm my racing thoughts. What was this place? What did those carvings mean? As the hours dragged on, the hum began to subtly intensify. It was not louder, not exactly, but it felt deeper, more potent. It started to resonate not just in my bones, but in my very skull, a dull pressure behind my eyes. I checked my watch, surprised to see the digital display still working, despite the lack of GPS. It read 11:30 p.m., midnight. The thought hit me like a physical blow. The stories. The old tales of stone circles, of ancient rites performed at the stroke of midnight. I had dismissed them as folklore, as quaint superstitions. But here, in this impossible place, surrounded by these impossible stones, folklore felt terrifyingly real. My heart began to pound anew, a frantic drum against the persistent hum. I pulled my blanket tighter around me, trying to make myself invisible. My flashlight was clutched in my hand, ready to shine, ready to reveal what? The hum continued to build, reaching a crescendo that was almost painful. It was no longer a low thrum, it was a deep, guttural vibration that shook the ground, making the very air tremble. The trees around me seemed to lean in, their branches rustling with an unseen wind. And then, I heard it again, the heavy, rhythmic thumps. But this time, they were not distant. They were closer, much closer. 11:58 p.m. My breath hitched. I could feel a cold sweat trickling down my spine. 11:59 p.m. The hum was an unbearable roar in my ears. The thumps were directly outside the circle, heavy, deliberate impacts that made the ground beneath me shudder. And then silence. A sudden, absolute, deafening silence. The hum vanished. The thumps ceased. The world held its breath. And then it began. From within the circle, from the very air between the stones, shadows began to dance. They were not shadows cast by a light source. There was no light source. The blackwood was still steeped in absolute darkness. These were shadows that were light, or rather, the absence of it, made manifest. They writhed and twisted, elongating, stretching from the base of the stones, reaching towards the center. They were not solid, but fluid, shifting, like smoke, but darker than any smoke I had ever seen. They moved with an eerie, unnatural grace, swirling and coalescing, forming vague, indistinct shapes. I saw limbs impossibly long and thin, reaching out. I saw heads not quite human, with no discernible features, just an empty, terrifying void. They pulsed and rippled, growing larger, more defined, as if feeding on the sudden silence. The air grew impossibly cold, a chilling cold that seeped into my bones, making my teeth chatter uncontrollably. I could not move. I was paralyzed, my eyes wide with terror, fixed on the horrifying spectacle. The shadows began to perform a grotesque ballet. They swirled around the stones, interweaving, their forms overlapping, merging, then separating. They seemed to be drawn to the carvings on the stones, lingering over them, as if recognizing their own likenesses. The carvings themselves seemed to deepen, to become more defined, almost three-dimensional, as the shadows passed over them. I could almost hear the screams of the carved figures, almost feel the terror emanating from a stone. The thumps, the guttural murmurs, they started again, but this time they were coming from within the circle. Low, resonant growls that accompanied the dance of the shadows, a horrifying chorus to their silent performance. The murmurs were not just sounds, they felt like words, alien words whispered directly into my mind, words that spoke of ancient power, of hunger, of things beyond human comprehension. One particular shadow, larger and more defined than the others, began to coalesce in the very center of the circle. It rose slowly, majestically, growing taller and taller until it dwarfed the standing stones themselves. It was vaguely humanoid, but impossibly gaunt, its limbs like skeletal branches. Its head was a featureless void, but I felt eyes on me. I felt its gaze, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, stealing the air from my lungs. It raised one impossibly long arm, not towards me, but towards the perpetually black sky above. And as it did, a low, resonant thrum emanated from its very form, a sound that was somehow both the hum of the stones and the heavy thumps I had heard earlier, combined into one terrifying, all-encompassing vibration. I clamped my hands over my mouth, stifling a scream. My entire body trembled, convulsing with pure, unadulterated fear. This was it. This was the end. I had ventured too far, seen too much. This was not a hoax. This was real. And it was far, far worse than any nightmare. The shadow held its pose for what felt like an eternity, its form shimmering, rippling, as if made of liquid darkness. The other shadows continued their dance around it, a retinue of silent, horrifying specters. The guttural murmurs intensified, reaching a fever pitch, a cacophony of alien voices that threatened to shatter my sanity. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The central shadow dissolved, its form dissipating into the surrounding darkness. The other dancing shadows flickered, shrank, and then vanished back into the stones, or perhaps simply ceased to be. The murmurs died down, fading into the oppressive silence. The cold dissipated, replaced by the damp, heavy air of the blackwood. I was left alone, trembling, gasping for breath, my mind reeling. The digital display on my watch read 12:05 a.m. It was over. I spent the rest of the night, though night was a meaningless concept here, huddled in my makeshift camp, unable to sleep, unable to even close my eyes. Every rustle, every creak, every imagined sound sent jolts of terror through me. My mind replayed the horrifying ballet of shadows, the featureless gaze of the central entity, the alien murmurs. I tried to rationalize it, to find a scientific explanation, but there was none. This was beyond science. This was something ancient, something malignant, something that defied all known laws of physics and reality. When my watch eventually clicked over to what I assumed was morning, though the darkness remained absolute, I felt a strange, unsettling calm settle over me. It was not peace, it was the calm of utter exhaustion, of a mind pushed beyond its limits and simply accepting. I had witnessed the impossible, and I was still alive. For now, I slowly rose, my body stiff and aching, every muscle protesting. My throat was dry, my eyes bloodshot. I stumbled towards the stone circle, a morbid curiosity still warring with a lingering terror. I needed to see them again, to convince myself it was not a nightmare. The stones stood silent and imposing, just as I had found them. The carvings were still there, the grotesque figures and alien symbols etched into their surfaces. But they no longer seemed to pulse with the same latent energy. The hum was gone. They were just stones. Massive, ancient stones. But I knew better. I knew what they truly were. I spent the day exploring the circle, my flashlight beam meticulously scanning every inch of the stones. I found more carvings, more disturbing images. One sequence of carvings seemed to depict the process, the gathering of people, their terrified faces, the ritual, the rising shadows, and then a dispersal, a scattering of what looked like dust or ash, followed by a period of dormancy. It was a cycle, a recurring event. I also noticed something else. At the base of some of the stones, partially hidden by moss and leaf litter, were faint, dark stains. They were old, dried, but undeniable, and they smelled. That same faint, metallic, sweet smell I had noticed earlier. The smell of old blood. My stomach churned. The carvings were not just symbols, they were instructions. The figures were not just abstract, art they were victims. And the shadows were the entities that consumed. A cold, hard truth settled in my mind. I was trapped in a forest that defied reality, in a place where ancient, malevolent entities performed horrifying rituals. The murmurs and thumps I would heard on my first night were not random. They were the sounds of something being dragged, something being brought to the circle. They were the prelude to the dance of shadows. And I had stumbled into it. The thought of escaping filled me with a desperate urgency. But where to go? The Blackwood stretched endlessly in every direction, an impenetrable wall of darkness. My compass was useless, my GPS dead. I had no idea which way was out, or if there even was an out. The forest itself felt alive, malevolent, an extension of the power contained within the stone circle. As the day wore on, a new kind of dread began to fester. The previous night's terror had been overwhelming, but it was a fear of the unknown. Now, I knew, and the knowledge was far more chilling. I knew what was coming. I tried to eat, but my stomach rebelled. I forced down some water, my hands trembling. I had to leave. I had to find a way out. But the more I thought about it, the more hopeless it seemed. And a strange, insidious thought began to creep into my mind. If I left the circle, where would I go? Back into the featureless, terrifying darkness of the Blackwood. At least here, I knew what I was facing. At least here, there was a focal point of visible threat. Outside, there was only the unknown and the lingering echoes of those heavy thumps and guttural murmurs. That night, I did not set up camp. I chose a strategic hiding spot, a dense thicket of thorny bushes just outside the circle, offering a better vantage point and hopefully better concealment. I was no longer an observer, I was a terrified participant, bracing myself for the inevitable. I checked my watch again. 11 o'clock p.m. The hum had started again, a low, insidious vibration that filled the air, growing steadily in intensity. It was the same as before, but somehow it felt more personal, more menacing. It felt like it was humming for me. The air grew cold. My breath plumed visibly in the absolute darkness. My body was racked with shivers, not just from a cold, but from an overwhelming sense of dread. I clutched my knife, its cold steel a meager comfort. 11:30 p.m. The hum was a deep, resonant thrum vibrating through the ground, through my very bones. And then, I heard them. The thumps. Heavy, deliberate, rhythmic. And closer than last night. Much closer. They seemed to be circling the perimeter of the Blackwood, converging on the circle. The guttural murmurs accompanied them, a low, undulating chorus of alien voices. This time, I could almost distinguish individual sounds, individual words, but they were not meant for human ears. They were a language of hunger, of ancient power, of something utterly inhuman. I pressed myself deeper into the thorny bushes, trying to become one with the earth. My heart pounded, so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My breath was ragged, shallow gasps. 11:58 p.m. The hum reached a deafening roar. The thumps were right outside the circle, heavy, resonant impacts that shook the very ground. The murmurs were a terrifying cacophony, a chorus of alien voices that seemed to scream directly into my mind. And then silence. Absolute, crushing silence. 12 o'clock a.m. Midnight. The shadows rose again. But this time, they were different. They were more defined, more aggressive, more hungry. They did not just writhe and twist, they lunged, they pulsed, they seemed to reach. The central shadow coalesced almost instantly, larger and more menacing than before. Its featureless head seemed to turn slowly, deliberately, towards my hiding spot. I felt its gaze, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, pinning me in place. It knew I was there. It had known all along. The other shadows, dozens of them swirling around the stones, began to take on more distinct forms. I saw long, slender limbs, grotesque claws, heads that were not quite human, not quite animal, but something far more disturbing. They moved with a predatory grace, their forms rippling, stretching. And then, I saw them. From the edges of the blackwood, from the direction where the thumps and murmurs had been strongest, figures began to emerge. They were not shadows. They were solid. They were tall, impossibly gaunt, their skin a pallid, grayish white. Their limbs were long and spindly, ending in hands with elongated, razor-sharp claws. Their heads were smooth, devoid of hair, with sunken, black eyes that seemed to absorb all light. And their mouths were wide, splitting their faces in grotesque grins, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. These were the beings depicted in the carvings, the beings that performed the rituals, or perhaps the beings that brought the sacrifices. They moved with a slow, deliberate gait, their heavy thumps echoing in the silence. And between them, they dragged something that writhed and struggled, bound by thick, dark vines. It was a man, or what was left of one. His clothes were torn, his skin bruised and bloody. His eyes were wide with terror, his mouth open in a silent scream. He was alive, barely. My blood ran cold. The guttural murmurs started again, but this time, they were not just emanating from the shadows. They were coming from the pale, gaunt creatures, a low, guttural chant that reverberated through the air. They dragged the man to the center of the circle, directly before the towering, central shadow. The man struggled weakly, his body convulsing. The shadow loomed over him, its form rippling with an unseen energy. The pale creatures began to circle, their movements slow and ritualistic. They raised their clawed hands towards the central shadow, their murmurs intensifying into a fervent chant. The dancing shadows around the stones pulsed and stretched, their forms reaching towards the struggling man. The central shadow began to shimmer, to vibrate with an intense, dark energy. A low, guttural growl emanated from its form, a sound of pure, unadulterated hunger. And then it happened. The man screamed, a raw, piercing shriek of agony that tore through the silence, a sound that I will carry with me to my grave. The central shadow descended. It did not move physically, but its essence, its dark energy, seemed to envelop the man. His body convulsed violently. His screams cut off abruptly, replaced by a horrifying gurgling sound. His skin began to shrivel, to darken, as if all life, all essence, was being drawn out of him. The shadows around the stones pulsed with a sickening, rhythmic beat, like a monstrous heart. I watched paralyzed, as the man's body withered, collapsing in on itself, becoming a dry husk, a mere shadow of what he once was. The central shadow seemed to swell, to grow, its dark form becoming even more potent, more terrifying. The pale creatures continued their chant, their black eyes fixed on the spectacle. The dancing shadows around the stones seemed to feed on the energy, their forms writhing with renewed vigor. When it was over, when the man was nothing more than a shriveled, desiccated shell, the central shadow slowly receded, its form returning to its previous, towering height. The other dancing shadows flickered, then began to dissipate, retreating back into the stones. The pale creatures slowly lowered their arms, their guttural murmurs fading into silence. They turned, their black, sunken eyes sweeping across the circle, and for a terrifying moment, one of them looked directly at my hiding spot. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, convinced it had seen me. But its gaze passed over me, unseeing, or perhaps simply uninterested. Then, with the same slow, deliberate movements, they began to retreat, melting back into the impenetrable darkness of the blackwood, their heavy thumps fading into the distance. The hum from the stones died down, the cold dissipated, and the oppressive silence of the blackwood returned. My watch read 12:10 a.m. I lay there for a long time, trembling, shaking uncontrollably, my mind shattered. I had witnessed a human sacrifice, an ancient, horrifying ritual performed by creatures that defied all known understanding. And I was next. I knew it. My urban explorer persona, my skepticism, my sense of adventure, it was all gone, replaced by a raw, primal terror that clawed at my insides. I was no longer an observer, I was prey. I could not stay here. Not anymore. The thought of those pale creatures, those gaunt, silent beings returning for me, filled me with an overwhelming, soul-crushing dread. I had to run. I had to find a way out, even if it meant running blindly into the endless, terrifying darkness of the Blackwood. I slowly, painfully extracted myself from the thorny bushes, my body screaming in protest. My legs were numb, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold my flashlight. I glanced back at the stone circle, standing silent and innocuous in the darkness, a monument to unspeakable horror. The dried husk of the man lay in the center, a grim testament to what I had witnessed. I turned and started walking. Not towards any particular direction, just away. Away from the stones, away from the circle, away from the memory of those black eyes and needle teeth. But the Blackwood was endless. The darkness was absolute. And in my mind, I could still hear the guttural murmurs, the heavy thumps, and the silent, hungry dance of the shadows. They were waiting. They were always waiting. And I knew, deep down, that I would never truly escape the Blackwood. I would never truly escape the memory of the stone circle and the horrors it held. My morbid curiosity had finally led me to my doom, and the blackness of the sky was now a permanent fixture, not just above me, but within my very soul. My sanity, already fragile, was stretched to its breaking point. But that is a story for another time. A nightmare I sometimes still wake up to, the phantom scritch of cold, dry fingers on my skin. I am about to tell you, this is not a phantom. This is real, and it is something I wish I could unsee, unfeel, unknow. My name is Alex, or at least it was. After what I went through, I am not sure who I am anymore. I used to be an urban explorer, a thrill seeker, the kind of guy who'd chase after local legends and forgotten places. I would heard the whispers, seen the blurry photos on obscure forums, tales of a forest so deep, so twisted, that the sky above it was perpetually black. Not twilight, not overcast, but a solid, inky, starless black, no matter the time of day. Most people dismissed it as an optical illusion, a trick of the light in a particularly dense canopy, or just a hoax. But something about it gnawed at me. The sheer defiance of nature, of physics. I had to see it. So, I packed my gear: industrial strength headlamp, spare batteries, a high lumen flashlight, a satellite phone just in case cell service died, which it always did out in the sticks, enough breeze for a week, a compass, maps, and a sturdy hunting knife. I told my sister I was going on a solo camping trip, somewhere remote, and that I would check in when I could. I lied. I was heading into the Blackwood, a place known for disappearances, strange animal behavior, and an unsettling silence that unnerved even the most seasoned hunters. The drive was long, taking me deeper and deeper into the Appalachian foothills, the paved roads giving way to gravel, then to a barely discernible dirt track. Finally, the track petered out into nothing more than overgrown brambles. I parked my beat-up SUV, noting the way the surrounding forest seemed to lean in a silent, watchful presence. The air was already cooler here, thicker, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Above me, the sky was a perfectly normal, late afternoon blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The sun, though low on the horizon, still cast long, golden shadows through the trees. I shouldered my pack, double-checked my GPS coordinates, and started walking. The initial hike was uneventful, if a little eerie. The trees were old, their branches gnarled and heavy with moss, creating a natural gloom even before I reached my destination. The sounds of the forest were present, but muted a distant bird call, the rustle of unseen critters in the undergrowth, the gentle sigh of wind through the leaves. It was peaceful, almost idyllic, if you ignored the growing sense of anticipation churning in my gut. After about 2 hours of trekking, the forest began to change. The trees grew denser, closer together, their branches intertwining into a thick, almost impenetrable canopy. The ground became softer, spongier, covered in a thick layer of black soil and decaying leaves. The light, which had been steadily dimming with the approaching evening, now seemed to vanish entirely, as if someone had flipped a switch. I stopped dead in my tracks. My headlamp was off. The sun had been setting, yes, but it was not night yet. Not even close. I looked up, straining my neck, and that is when I saw it. Or rather, did not see it. Above me, where the sky should have been a deep indigo, perhaps the first faint twinkle of stars, there was nothing. Just a solid, unbroken expanse of absolute black. Not the black of a moonless night, which still holds the promise of dawn, or the faint glow of distant stars. This was a deeper, more profound blackness, as if the very fabric of the sky had been torn away, revealing an infinite void. It was so complete, so utterly devoid of light, that it felt less like an absence and more like a presence, a heavy, suffocating blanket pressed down upon the world. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was real. The rumors were true. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers suddenly clumsy, cold. The beam cut through the oppressive darkness, a stark, almost blinding white against the inky blackness. It illuminated a small circle around me, showing the ancient trees, their bark like wrinkled skin, the gnarled roots snaking across the forest floor like petrified serpents. The air, already cool, seemed to drop several degrees, and I could see my breath fogging in the beam of light. The silence hit me then. The muted forest, sounds I would grown accustomed to on the hike in were gone. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, no chirping insects. Nothing. Just the faint hum of my headlamp and the frantic thump-thump of my own heart. It was a silence so profound it felt like a scream, a vacuum sucking all sound out of the world. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. This was not just a natural phenomenon. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. My gut screamed at me to turn back, to run as fast as my legs could carry me, to get out of this place before it swallowed me whole. But the moment of curiosity, the explorer's stubborn need to understand, held me rooted to the spot. I took a deep, shaky breath, adjusted my pack, and started walking deeper into the blackened forest. My headlamp became my world. It carved a small, artificial bubble of light in the infinite darkness, showing me only what was directly in front of me. Every step was deliberate, cautious. The ground was uneven, roots and rocks hidden beneath the thick layer of decaying leaves. The trees here were different, too. Taller, more skeletal, their branches reaching up like bony fingers towards the perpetually black sky, as if trying to grasp at something that was not there. There were no leaves on many of them, just bare, twisted limbs. I tried to keep track of time, but it was impossible. Without the sun, without any discernible shift in light, my internal clock went haywire. Was it still late afternoon? Had hours passed? Days? The constant, unchanging darkness played tricks on my mind, blurring the edges of reality. I found myself checking my watch every few minutes, but the numbers held no meaning in this timeless void. I hiked for what felt like an eternity, though my watch insisted it had only been a few hours. My legs ached, my shoulders burned under the weight of my pack. I decided to make camp, finding a relatively flat spot between two massive, ancient trees whose trunks were so wide I could not wrap my arms around them. I quickly set up my small tent, the flimsy nylon feeling like a laughably inadequate barrier against the oppressive blackness that surrounded me. Inside the tent, with the zipper closed, I switched off my headlamp. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I could not even see my hand in front of my face. It was a darkness that pressed in on you, that felt alive, watching. I fumbled for my powerful handheld flashlight and clicked it on, bathing the interior of my tent in a warm, comforting glow. I ate an MRE, the bland taste a welcome distraction from the gnawing fear. That night, I did not sleep. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the ancient trees, every imagined shadow in the periphery of my flashlight beam sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept my knife close, my hand resting on its hilt. The silence outside was broken only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. I lay there listening, waiting, my senses hyper alert. But for what? I did not know. It was sometime in the perpetual night that I first heard it. A sound, faint at first, barely discernible over the blood rushing in my ears. A low, guttural murmur. It was not human. It was not animal. It was something else. It seemed to come from deep within the forest, a sound that vibrated through the very ground beneath me. It was a sound that did not belong, a sound that spoke of ancient, primordial things stirring in the false night. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I clicked off my flashlight, plunging the tent into absolute darkness, hoping to become invisible. My ears strained, trying to pinpoint the source. The murmur seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, as if whatever was making it was moving, circling. Then a new sound, a faint thump, 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 heavy, deliberate, like something large, something with significant weight, moving slowly through the dense undergrowth. It was not the light tread of a deer, nor the lumbering gait of a bear. This was different. It carried an unnatural cadence, an unsettling rhythm that spoke of something alien, something that did not quite fit the natural world. Panic began to set in. I scrambled for my headlamp, clicking it on, the sudden burst of light almost painful. I gripped my knife so hard my knuckles turned white. My eyes darted around the tent, then to the flimsy nylon walls, as if I expected something to tear through them at any moment. I waited, heart pounding, for what felt like hours. The sounds eventually faded, retreating back into the impenetrable darkness, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and the chilling realization that I was not alone in this forest. Not by a long shot. When a semblance of courage returned with the morning, my watch told me it was 8 a.m. I packed up my camp, my movements stiff and jerky. I had to get out. My explorer's curiosity had been replaced by a desperate, primal need for self-preservation. This place was not just strange, it was dangerous. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to have shifted in the false night. The path I thought I would take was gone, replaced by an indistinguishable tangle of roots and thorny bushes. The trees, which had seemed merely ancient before, now appeared menacing, their twisted forms like silent sentinels guarding the secrets of this place. I relied on my GPS, but even that seemed to be struggling. The signal flickered, the map sometimes showing me in places I knew I was not. It was as if the very fabric of reality was being warped here. I pressed on, pushing through dense thickets, stumbling over roots, my headlamp beam cutting a frantic arc through the endless black. Then I saw them, markings on the trees. Not carvings, not something made by human hands. These were lines, grooves, and symbols that seemed to have been grown into the bark, as if the trees themselves were being used as canvases for some unholy script. They glowed faintly, a sickly, phosphorescent green, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic beat that mirrored the thumping sound I had heard in the night. The symbols were complex, intricate, and utterly alien. They filled me with a sense of dread so profound it made my stomach churn. I shone my light directly on one, trying to make sense of it. The lines writhed, seemingly shifting before my eyes, as if they were alive. A wave of nausea washed over me. I tore my gaze away, my head spinning. Whatever these symbols were, they were not meant for human eyes. As I walked, the faint green glow became more prevalent, not just on the trees, but on the forest floor, illuminating patches of moss and strange, fungal growths. It was like walking through a nightmare landscape, bathed in an unnatural, sickly light. The sounds returned, closer this time. The low, guttural murmur, interspersed with what sounded like heavy breathing, a wet, rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. And the thump, thump, thump was back, too, no longer distant, but right behind me, then to my left, then to my right. It was circling me. I picked up my pace, my heart hammering against my ribs. I tried to run, but the uneven ground, the roots, and the thick undergrowth made it impossible to move quickly. My breath came in ragged gasps, burning my lungs. The fear was a cold hand squeezing my chest. Then I saw it, a shadow. Not just the absence of light, but a deeper, more profound shadow, moving with a fluid, unnatural grace between the trees. It was huge, massive, easily twice my height, and it moved with a speed that defied its apparent bulk. It was indistinct, a ripple in the darkness, but I could feel its presence, a tangible pressure in the air. It was the thing that stirred in the false night. I did not scream. My throat was too tight, choked with terror. I just ran, blindly, frantically, fueled by pure adrenaline. My headlamp beam bounced wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of the forest, the glowing symbols, and then, always, the edge of that deeper shadow, keeping pace with me. The air grew colder, so cold it burned my nostrils. I could hear the rasping breath now, closer, directly behind me. It sounded like something ancient, something that had been hibernating for millennia and had just woken up. It smelled of damp earth, decay, and something else, something metallic and utterly foul. I stumbled, falling hard, my headlamp clattering to the ground and rolling away, its beam pointing uselessly into a thick bush. Darkness. Absolute, suffocating darkness. My heart seized in my chest. I scrambled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so violently I could barely hold it. Click. Nothing. Click. Nothing. The batteries. They must have drained, or something had shorted them out. I was plunged into the void, blind, helpless, utterly alone. The rasping breath was right above me now. I could feel its heat, its foul stench filling my lungs. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if that would make me disappear. I could hear the thump, thump, thump as it moved around me, a slow, deliberate circle. Then a new sound, a wet, squelching sound, like something enormous dragging itself through thick mud. And then a series of clicks, like mandibles or bones grinding together. It was exploring me, assessing me. I fumbled for my knife, gripping the hilt so hard it dug into my palm. It was a pathetic defense. I knew against whatever this thing was, but it was all I had. I waited, every nerve screaming for the inevitable. A cold, rough appendage brushed against my cheek. It felt like bark, but alive, pulsing with a strange, internal warmth. It traced the line of my jaw, then moved to my ear, its touch impossibly gentle, yet terrifying. I could hear its breath, a low, rumbling growl, a sound that resonated deep within my chest, vibrating through my very bones. It spoke, not with words, not with any language I understood, but with a series of clicks, whistles, and deep, resonant tones that seemed to bypass my ears and embed themselves directly into my mind. It was a cacophony of sound and meaning, a torrent of ancient, alien thoughts that threatened to shatter my sanity. I understood nothing, yet I understood everything. It spoke of deep time, of the world before light, of things that slept beneath the earth, awakened by the curiosity of creatures like me. It spoke of hunger. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound torn from the deepest part of my being. I thrashed, swinging my knife wildly into the oppressive darkness, hoping to connect with something, anything. The appendage recoiled, and I heard a sharp, hissing sound. For a moment, I thought I had heard it. Then I heard the thump, thump, thump accelerate, growing faster, louder, joined by other, fainter thumps. And the murmuring. It was not one creature. It was many. The forest was alive with them. I scrambled to my feet, my legs screaming in protest, and ran. I ran blindly, without a light, without a direction, just away from the sounds, away from the presence, away from the suffocating darkness. I crashed through bushes, tore my clothes on thorns, tripped over roots, but I kept going. The sounds of pursuit were all around me now, a symphony of clicks, rasps, and heavy thumps. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but the terror was a relentless engine driving me forward. I could feel the presence of the creatures all around me, their cold breaths on my neck, their shadows dancing at the edge of my vision, even though I had no vision. They were not just chasing me, they were hurting me. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet changed. It became firmer, less spongy. The air, though still cold, felt lighter, less oppressive. And then a faint, almost imperceptible gray. I blinked hard, my eyes struggling to adjust. Above me, through a thinning canopy of trees, I could see it. Not the blackness, not the sun, but a pale, ethereal gray, like the first hint of dawn or the last gasp of twilight. It was light, faint, weak, but undeniably light. I stumbled out of the forest, gasping, collapsing onto a patch of normal-looking grass. The trees here were different, too. Smaller, healthier, with green leaves. And above them, the sky was a bruised purple, the last vestiges of a dying sunset. I had somehow miraculously burst out of the blackwood. I lay there for a long time, shivering uncontrollably, my body racked with tremors, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. The sounds of the normal forest slowly began to return: the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. They were discordant, jarring after the profound silence and alien noises of the blackened forest. I eventually managed to drag myself to my feet. My clothes were torn, my skin was scratched and bleeding in dozens of places. My face felt raw where that thing had touched me. My headlamp and flashlight were gone, lost somewhere in that accursed darkness. My satellite phone, miraculously, was still clipped to my belt, but I did not even think to call for help. Who would I call? What would I say? I just escaped a forest where the sky is black and ancient. Shadowy monsters tried to eat me. I stumbled back to my SUV, the setting sun now painting the sky in fiery oranges and reds, a stark, beautiful contrast to the void I had just escaped. The normal world felt alien, too bright, too loud. I drove away, not looking back, not daring to. It has been months since that day. I am back in civilization, but I am not the same. The silence still haunts me. The absolute, suffocating darkness still presses in on me when I close my eyes. I sleep with every light in my apartment on, and even then, I sometimes wake up to the phantom sensation of rough, bark-like skin on my cheek, or the faint, distant echo of those guttural murmurs. I tried to tell people, my sister, my friends. They listened, their faces a mixture of concern and disbelief. They suggested therapy, rest, that I would probably suffered from extreme stress and hallucinated. Maybe they are right. Maybe I did. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And sometimes, when I look up at the night sky, even when it is filled with stars, I still see it. A deeper, more profound blackness, waiting just beyond the veil. And I wonder what truly stirs in that false night. What ancient, hungry things still dwell in the blackwood, beneath that perpetually blackened sky, waiting for the next curious fool to wander into their timeless domain. I do not know, and I pray to whatever gods might listen, that I never find out again. The world had narrowed to a single agonizing point of crimson light. My skin wept not a trickle, but a horrifying, systemic seepage from every pore, each bead of red due a tiny, painful betrayal from my own body. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat, but it was a distant thing, muffled by the overwhelming fatigue, and the metallic tang coating my tongue. My vision, already a kaleidoscope of blurs and flickers, had just enough clarity to register the bone cradle. It sat in the center of a small clearing, bathed in that unearthly, malevolent red glow. Fashioned from bone ribs, vertebrae, what looked like a tiny, hollowed-out skull forming the headrest, it was exquisitely horrifying. And it was empty. The pure, haunting melody that had drawn me here, against every shred of survival instinct I possessed, had ceased the moment I stumbled into this clearing. The song was a memory. I realized a chilling certainty settling in my gut, heavier than the physical draining. An echo, a lure. Not for me, not truly, but for something or someone that used to be here. My legs, already like unstable jelly, finally gave out. I collapsed onto the ground, not dirt. I noticed but a fine white ash. It felt strangely soft, almost powdery, beneath my clammy hands. The crimson light pulsed around me, making the air feel thick, oppressive, like breathing liquid. Every breath was a shallow gasp, every heartbeat a frantic drum against my ribs. I was dying slowly, terribly, and I knew it. But a part of me, a morbid, desperate sliver, still wanted answers. I pushed myself up onto my elbows, gritting my teeth against a wave of dizziness that threatened to consume me. The bone cradle was right there, within arm's reach. It felt cold. Not just temperature cold, but a deep, ancient cold that seeped into my bones. I ran a trembling finger over a smooth rib, then pulled it back as if burned. The surface was strangely slick, not with my own crimson dew, but with something else. A faint, almost imperceptible sheen. The ash beneath me was not just ash. As I looked closer, my blurring vision struggling to focus, I saw tiny, almost microscopic fragments embedded in the powder. Splinters, shards, bone. This was not just a clearing, it was a charnel house, ground down to dust. The bone cradle was not an isolated piece of morbid art, it was merely the most prominent feature in a landscape of death. My eyes followed the perimeter of the clearing. It was not a simple circle. It was a vast, shallow depression, and the ground itself was a mosaic. Larger bones, bleached white, some stained a rusty reddish brown, formed intricate patterns. Ribs created low, curving walls. Femurs stood like miniature, crude pillars. In the center, where the cradle sat, the ground was slightly raised, a platform. This is not just a cradle, the thought whispered, cold as a grave. This is an altar. A hidden altar made of bones. The trees surrounding this grim sanctuary were unlike any I would seen in the Adirondacks, even before this nightmare began. Gnarled, twisted, their bark was not rough and craggy, but stretched and scarred, like ancient, desiccated skin. Some of them oozed that same crimson dew from fissures in their trunks, the liquid tracing slow, glistening paths down to the bone-littered ground. Their branches, skeletal and bare, did not reach upwards to the sky. They reached inwards, toward the altar, towards me, like grasping fingers. The air grew heavier as the crimson light intensified, taking on a deeper, more malevolent hue. It did not feel like dusk was approaching, it felt like the light itself was a living thing, feeding, growing stronger. A low hum began to vibrate through the ground, a deep, resonant thrum that I felt in my chest, in my very bones. I needed to move to find shelter, but where? Every path I would take to get here, lured by that damnable song, had felt like walking through a shifting maze. Elias's journal entries, still vivid in my mind, echoed the wood's shift. He would written, my compass useless, always pointing back to the Crimson Heart. I knew with a dreadful certainty that this altar, this charnel clearing, was the Crimson Heart, and it would not let me leave. I dragged myself towards the edge of the clearing, seeking the meager protection of a particularly grotesque, multi-trunk tree whose roots rose like knotted serpents from the bone dust, collapsing against its leathery bark. I tried to make myself small, to disappear. The draining in my body was relentless, a constant siphon, and my vision was now a permanent blur around the edges, only the central crimson glow remaining sharp. Night fell, or what passed for night in this place. The crimson light pulsed, a slow, rhythmic beat like a monstrous heart. The air grew colder, but it was not the chill of a mountain night. It was a stagnant, dead cold that made my teeth chatter, despite the feverish heat of my own skin. Then the whispers began. At first, they were just background noise, a soft rustling like dry leaves skittering across the ground. But they were not leaves. They were faint, indistinct sounds, just at the edge of comprehension. Elias's warning. Whispers, he called them. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the twisted branches above, from the very bones beneath me, from the crimson air itself. They scraped against my consciousness, forming words just out of reach, like trying to catch mist. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache that matched the pulsing light. I must have drifted, or perhaps I was simply too weak to resist the insidious pull of exhaustion. When I next opened my eyes, the crimson light was still intense, but the whispers had receded to a low murmur. My body felt even heavier, even more drained. My mouth was a desert. And then I saw it. Lying on the raised bone platform, directly in front of the empty cradle, was a creature. A small deer fawn. It was perfectly still, its coat a soft, dappled brown, its limbs tucked neatly beneath it as if sleeping. But its eyes were wide open, reflecting the crimson glow like polished rubies. There were no visible wounds, no struggle, no bloodstains on the white bones beneath it. Just stillness, fresh. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. Too fresh. It looked as if it had simply lain down and died, or been placed there in a state of unnatural slumber. My stomach lurched, a dry, painful heave. A sacrifice. No one had brought it. I had been watching, or at least trying to. I had been awake, or believed I had been. Yet it had simply appeared. The horror was not just the death, but the inexplicable how. The forest itself was the perpetrator. The trees, those silent, grasping entities, were the ones bringing the offerings. They feed. Elias's words, now a terrifying reality. I tried to suppress a whimper, pressing myself further into the roots, trying to become one with the grotesque tree. The whispers began to rise again, a soft crescendo. But this time they seemed to have a direction, a focus. Towards me. You are weak. The thought was not mine, but it resonated in my mind, clear as if spoken aloud. You are almost ready. The night passed in a haze of fear and physical torment. Every attempt to leave the clearing, to find a path through the gnarled, shifting woods, proved futile. I would walk for what felt like miles, stumbling over roots and unseen obstacles, only to find myself circling back, always inevitably, to the crimson heart. The bone altar, the empty cradle, the silent fawn. It was a cruel cosmic joke, and I was trapped in its punchline. My digital detox, I thought with a humorless laugh that turned into a cough, had become a prison. Elias's journal, slick with my own output, was still clutched in my hand. I had not even realized I was still holding it. Its pages, once a frantic scrawl, now felt like prophecy. I opened it again, my fingers fumbling, the crimson light making the ink seem to swim on the page. They feed, he had written. The trees, they are mouths. I looked at the twisted trees around me, their bark like scarred skin, their branches like skeletal fingers. I looked at the crimson dew weeping from my own pores and from fissures in their trunks. It was not just a metaphor. It was literal. The trees were drinking me slowly, systematically. And the fawn, now still on the altar, was another offering. He would warn of whispers and a child song, a deeper lure. The child song, the empty cradle, it was all connected. Did he see the cradle? Did he understand what it meant? Was he drawn here, just like me? A new, chilling thought solidified in my mind. Elias might have been one of the sacrifices. Or he was meant to be. Am I meant to be? The question hung in the air, heavy and cold. Another night bled into another day, marked only by the shifting intensity of the crimson light. The fawn was still on the altar, but it looked different now. Its fur seemed duller, its body slightly shrunken. Its eyes, still open, seemed to gaze into an unseen abyss. It was being absorbed, slowly, silently. I tried to fight the inevitable, the lure of sleep, the draining of my life force. I tried to stay awake, to watch, to see who or what brought the next offering. I stared into the shifting shadows at the edge of the clearing, my eyes burning, my head pounding. But exhaustion was a powerful, insidious enemy, and the whispers, now a constant, low thrum against my eardrums, felt like a lullaby. They promised peace, an end to the pain, if only I would let go. I must have succumbed. When I woke, my body was a leaden weight, my mind thick with a terrifying dread that was no longer just fear, but a dawning understanding. My vision, though still blurred, was drawn immediately to the altar. This time, it was not a fawn. It was a large, gray wolf. Its fur was matted, its powerful body laid out with the same chilling neatness as the fawn. Its jaws were slightly agape, revealing teeth that had once been formidable, now strangely dull. And its eyes, like the fawn's, were wide open, reflecting the crimson light, but with an expression that was somehow more human, more knowing. It looked as if it had died in the middle of a scream, frozen in a moment of utter terror. And again, no visible wounds, no blood, just placed. It just appears. The realization was a cold, hard knot in my stomach. There was no one bringing them. The forest itself was the entity. The altar was its mouth, its digestive system, and the trees were its limbs, its conduits. The whispers intensified, no longer just rustling sounds, but distinct, guttural murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath me, from the bones of the altar. You are weak. The thought was sharper now, more insistent. You are almost ready. My skin felt like parchment, stretched taut over brittle bones. I could feel every vein, every tendon, every muscle fiber screaming in protest. The crimson dew was still weeping, but it felt thinner, almost watery now, as if my body was running out of the very essence of life. I was transparent, a ghost already. The trees around the clearing seemed to lean in further, their skeletal branches now almost touching above the altar, forming a grotesque canopy. They pulsed with the same crimson light, a synchronized beat, a grotesque living organism. Join us. The whispers were no longer just whispers. They were a chorus, a multitude of voices, ancient and hungry, echoing in my mind. Feed us. Become one. A faint, rhythmic thrumming, deeper than the general hum, began to emanate from the very center of the altar, directly beneath the bones. It was a low, resonant vibration that made my teeth ache, a sound that resonated with the frantic beat of my own failing heart. The Crimson Heart. This was it. Elias's ultimate warning, driven by a desperate, morbid curiosity, or perhaps by the final, irresistible pull of the lure. I dragged myself towards the center of the altar. Each movement was an agonizing effort, my muscles screaming, my vision swimming. The fawn and the wolf lay still, their forms already seeming to flatten, to sink into the bone dust. As I reached the raised platform, the bones beneath my trembling hands seemed to shift. They were not just a static arrangement. They were intertwined, woven together, but with a strange organic flexibility. A gap opened, not a sudden tear, but a slow, deliberate parting of bone, like lips. Beneath, bathed in the deepest, most malevolent crimson light, was the source of the thrumming. It was not a heart, not in the way I understood it. It was a pulsating organic mass, red and viscous, like congealed blood, but with a terrifying, alien intelligence. Tiny tendrils, thin as spider silk, reached out from its surface, retracting and extending with a sickening rhythm. It was not just a heart, it was a brain, a central nervous system for the entire forest. It was breathing a slow, deep, terrifying respiration that pulled the very air from my lungs. And it was hungry. The sacrifices were not just placed on the altar, they were absorbed into this core. The bone cradle, I realized, was just the beginning. It was where the process started, where the young were taken, where the lure first manifested. The core pulsed, emitting a low hum that resonated in my own draining body, a morbid echo of my failing life force. The whispers, now a single overwhelming voice, filled my head. It was not coming from outside anymore. It was inside me, invading my thoughts, twisting my perceptions. Kulme. Become one. The pain will end. Peace. Join the chorus. Visions flooded my mind, not memories, but projections from a heart, from the collective consciousness it contained. I saw Elias, his face a rictus of terror that slowly softened into placid acceptance as he was drawn into the crimson light, his form dissolving, becoming part of the whole. I saw other faces, countless, ancient, all dissolving, all becoming part of the vast, collective entity that was this forest, this horrifying, living organism. The ultimate horror, the trees were not just mouths, they were limbs. The forest itself was a singular, monstrous being, and the altar was its digestive tract, its brain, its heart. And I was on the menu. I was on the brink of collapse, pulled towards the pulsating core by an invisible, irresistible force. My vision was now almost completely crimson, my body a hollow shell. The whispers, the voice in my head, was soothing, promising an end to the agony, a blissful absorption into the collective. Let go. You are so tired. Just let go. A final, desperate spark of defiance flickered within me, a tiny ember in a dying fire. I tried to scream, but only a dry, rattling gasp escaped my lips. I tried to pull away, to fight, but my limbs were numb, useless. The tendrils from the crimson heart reached out further, delicate as they were menacing. They brushed against my skin, still weeping its final, watery crimson dew. The touch was cold, then strangely warm, then a burning sensation that was both agonizing and strangely alluring. My vision blurred one last time, the crimson light consuming everything. The whispers became a roar, a triumphant chorus of countless voices, all welcoming me home. I could feel myself being drawn in, my body dissolving, my consciousness expanding, fragmenting, becoming one with the hungry heart of the forest. The pain, as promised, began to recede, but it was replaced by something far more terrifying, a terrifying, silent understanding. I was no longer me. I was part of them, and I was hungry. The world dissolved into a cacophony of terror. The schlorp was not just a sound, it was a physical sensation, a ripple in the dense fog that vibrated through my very bones. The massive, shifting shadow solidified for a moment, an impossible, churning mass of something. I could not make out details, only its immense scale and the horrifying, wet sound of its movement. It was like a colossal slug made of shadow and dread, dragging itself through the impossibly thick air. Then the light pulsed again, closer this time, and the scream was not fleeting. It was a sustained, agonizing shriek, a raw, primal sound of pure, unadulterated terror. And within the core of that ethereal orb, illuminated by its own sickly glow, I saw a face. A man's face, contorted in the final throes of unimaginable agony, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his mouth stretched open in a silent, eternal scream. He was trapped, utterly consumed, a living, screaming lantern for this monstrous entity. My breath hitched. My lungs seized. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird trying to escape a cage of bone. This was not just a monster, it was a collector. And it was not just collecting bodies, it was collecting souls, consciousness, trapping them in these ghostly orbs to serve some unspeakable purpose. Fear, cold and absolute, finally broke through the paralysis. I did not think I reacted. I spun, blindly crashing through the undergrowth, away from the pulsing light, away from the screaming face, away from the wet, tearing schlorp that seemed to follow me, resonating in the very air. Thorns tore at my clothes, branches whipped my face, but I barely registered the pain. All that mattered was distance. Get away. Get away. The fog, once a claustrophobic prison, now felt like a perverse shield, hiding me, however briefly, from the monstrosity behind. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached with a fire that threatened to buckle them. I ran until the schlorp faded, replaced only by the ragged symphony of my own panicked breathing and the rustle of leaves under my stumbling feet. I collapsed against a tree, gasping, my head spinning. The world was a swirling canvas of white and gray, punctuated by the black silhouettes of unseen trees. My flashlight was dead, a useless chunk of plastic and metal, leaving me utterly blind in this nightmare. The ghostly orbs were still there, though. I could see them, faint, shimmering motes of light, drifting through the fog, seemingly without purpose, yet always just out of reach, always subtly guiding me deeper. They had not let me leave. They were still hurting me. My mind, already frayed, began to unravel further. What was this place? What were these things? The dolls, the truck, the dead men, the collector, the lights, it was all connected. A tapestry of horror woven into the very fabric of this forgotten forest. I pushed myself up, my body screaming in protest. I could not stay here. I had to move, even if it was deeper into the labyrinth. Maybe, just maybe, I could outrun them, find a clearing, a road, anything that was not this suffocating, malevolent wood. I started walking again, slowly at first, then picking up speed, trying to maintain a semblance of direction, though I knew it was futile. The fog clung to me, damp and cold, seeping into my clothes, chilling me to the bone. The air grew heavier, thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something subtle and unsettling, like old, forgotten iron mixed with the sweetness of rot. As I stumbled through the undergrowth, I noticed the ground beneath my feet. It was becoming increasingly uneven, a labyrinth of twisted roots snaking across the forest floor. They were thick, gnarled, like ancient veins protruding from the earth, some as thick as my thigh, others a tangled mesh that threatened to trip me with every step. I had to lift my feet high, navigating the treacherous terrain by feel, my eyes straining in the dim, ethereal light cast by the distant orbs. Then I heard it. At first, I dismissed it, a faint murmur, like the wind rustling through unseen leaves, or the distant sigh of the forest. My mind, desperate for any rational explanation, clung to it. Just the wind. I told myself, the fog plays tricks on your ears. But it was not the wind. It was too low, too consistent, too close. It seemed to come from below me, from the very ground I was walking on. A soft, sibilant whisper, a chorus of hushed voices, barely audible, like 1,000 secrets being breathed into the earth. I stopped, holding my breath, straining to hear. The whispers were still there, a persistent, almost rhythmic hum beneath the surface. It was like listening to the inside of a seashell, but instead of the ocean, it was murmuring voices. Lost. Sleep. Deep. The words were fragmented, indistinct, like fragments of dreams just out of memory's grasp. My heart began to pound again, but this time it was not just fear of the collector. It was a new, unsettling dread, a primal unease. This forest was not just hostile, it was alive in a way I could not comprehend. I took another hesitant step, then another. The whispers seemed to intensify, growing marginally clearer as I moved. It felt as though the roots themselves were conduits, carrying these unseen voices from the depths of the earth. I knelt, pressing my ear to a particularly thick, moss-covered root that snaked across my path. The sound was immediate, overwhelming. It was not just one voice, it was a multitude, a low, guttural chorus, like many people whispering simultaneously, just beyond the threshold of understanding. It was a sound that prickled the skin on my arms, that made the small hairs on my neck stand on end. I pulled back, shaking my head, my mind reeling. No, no, I am just hallucinating. The stress, the terror, it is getting to me. I stood up quickly, trying to dismiss it, to rationalize it away. But the whispers followed me, a faint, persistent hum beneath the surface of the world, a constant, unsettling presence. I tried to ignore them, to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, to find a way out. But the whispers were insidious. They wormed their way into my thoughts, subtly, slowly. They were like a song you could not quite remember the lyrics to, playing on repeat in your head. As I walked, the ground became even more tangled. The roots were not just on the surface. Anymore, they seemed to be everywhere, forming natural walls and tunnels, creating a subterranean maze that twisted and turned. The air grew heavier, colder, and the fog seemed to thicken further in these root-choked pathways. The whispers grew clearer, too. He watches. They feed. The light takes everything. My pace faltered. My blood ran cold. They feed. The light takes everything. Was this what the lights were doing to the collected? Was this what the roots knew? I covered my ears, pressing my palms against them so hard it hurt. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the world, to silence the rising tide of voices. But it was no good. The whispers were not just in my ears, they were in my head. They vibrated through the soles of my feet, up my legs, into my very skull. They were a part of the air, a part of the earth, a part of me. I started to run again, blindly, desperately, no longer caring about direction, only about escaping the omnipresent chorus. I tripped, sprawling headlong into a bed of decaying leaves and soft, damp earth. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a moment, I lay there, gasping, the whispers now deafening in my prone position, my ear pressed against the very source. You are alone. She is gone. It was your fault. The words were clearer now, distinct and horrifying. And they were personal. She is gone, it was your fault, a cold dread, deeper than any fear of the collector, seized me. They knew. They knew about Sarah. They knew about the accident. The one I would tried so desperately to bury, the memory that haunted my waking hours and plagued my sleep. My mind fractured. How could they know? How could these ancient, unseen roots, buried beneath the earth, know the most painful, secret corners of my soul? Was I truly going insane? Was this the forest's final trick, to break me from the inside out? I scrambled backward, away from the root, away from the earth, away from the insidious voices that knew too much. My breath came in ragged sobs. I felt tears streaming down my face, hot trails against the cold dampness of the fog. I was losing it. I was definitely losing it. I forced myself up, leaning heavily against a tree, trying to regain some semblance of control. I closed my eyes, took a deep, shuddering breath. It is not real. It is not real. It is just my mind playing tricks. But when I opened my eyes, the whispers were still there, a low, insistent hum beneath the surface of the world. And now, they seem to carry a new inflection, a predatory glee. He comes for you. Join us. Listen to the truth. The truth. What truth? My gaze drifted to one of the ghostly orbs, hovering silently among the trees. It pulsed faintly, a soft, inviting glow in the oppressive darkness. Was that where the truth lay? Was that where the collected went? To become part of these floating prisons, their screams eternally echoing within. I stumbled forward, drawn by an awful, morbid curiosity. The whispers intensified, urging me on. Closer. See. Understand. The orb drifted away as I approached, always just out of reach, leading me deeper into the root-choked labyrinth. The air grew thick with a smell of decay, stronger now, a cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. The ground became a treacherous network of exposed roots, some shimmering faintly with a phosphorescent glow, as if the whispers themselves were manifesting as light. I was in a trance, my mind a battleground between the terror of the unknown and the irresistible pull of the whispers. They promised answers, they promised truth, but I knew, deep down, that the truth they offered would be the end of me. I tripped again, my foot catching on a particularly thick root. I fell hard, my head striking something solid. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, the world went black, filled only with the roaring static of the whispers. When I came to, I was lying face down, my cheek pressed against the cold, damp earth. The pain in my head was a dull throb, but the whispers were clearer than ever, a chorus of distinct voices, no longer fragmented, but speaking in full, coherent sentences. He is weak, his mind open. The pain makes him listen. I tried to push myself up, but my limbs felt heavy, sluggish. I was disoriented, my vision blurry. I could see the phosphorescent roots around me, glowing with an unholy light, pulsating faintly in rhythm with the whispers. They were not just roots anymore, they were like veins, a vast, subterranean nervous system, alive and aware. We remember everything. The ancient ones stirred by hunger, the collector their servant. My blood ran cold. The ancient ones. This was not just a forest, it was a living, breathing, malevolent entity, an intelligence buried deep within the earth, communicating through these roots. And the collector was its servant, harvesting what? Souls, life force, to feed these ancient ones. The whispers shifted, becoming more personal, more tormenting. Sarah, she screamed. You let go. The water cold. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. They were dredging up the memory of Sarah's drowning, the accident that had shattered my life, the guilt that festered in my soul. They were not just revealing secrets, they were weaponizing them, using them to break me. I thrashed, trying to escape the voices, to escape the memories. I clawed at the earth, trying to dig myself away from the roots, but they were everywhere, a tangled web holding me fast. My body felt heavy, my muscles unresponsive. It was as if the ground itself was pulling me down, trying to absorb me. Join us, little light. Become one with the knowledge. Forever and ever. A new sound cut through the cacophony of whispers. A familiar, wet, tearing schlorp. It was closer this time, much closer. The collector. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was dry, constricted. My eyes darted around frantically, searching for an escape, but the glowing roots formed a cage around me, and the fog was an impenetrable wall. Then a light appeared, not one of the ghostly orbs, but a harsh, blinding beam cutting through the fog. For a split second, a flicker of hope ignited in my chest. A car, a search party, someone. But the beam was not from a flashlight. It was from the collector. It was impossibly close now, a vast, shifting mass of shadow, its formless bulk filling the space between the glowing roots. The schlorp was deafening, a sickening sound of something immense, and went moving through the dense air. And from its center, a single, powerful beam of light emanated, cutting through the fog, illuminating the twisted roots and my own terrified face. Within that beam, I could see them. Not just one screaming face, but dozens, hundreds. They were swirling within the light, indistinct, translucent, like souls trapped in a cosmic current, their silent screams echoing in my mind, amplified by the whispers of the roots. The collector was feeding, and I was next. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a deafening roar of voices in my head. He comes for you. The pain, the fear, so sweet. Resist and be torn. Surrender and know everything. A tendril, impossibly long and slick, emerged from the shifting mass of the collector. It moved with an unnatural grace, like a serpent made of pure shadow, its tip glowing with the same sickly luminescence as the other orbs. It reached for me, slowly, inexorably. I tried to recoil, to push myself away, but my body would not obey. The roots held me fast, their glowing tendrils seeming to tighten around my limbs, pinning me to the earth. The whispers were overwhelming now, a torrent of information, of secrets, of agonizing truths that flooded my mind, shattering the last vestiges of my sanity. I saw visions, ancient trees, colossal and dark, reaching into a sky that bled purple and black. I saw figures, vaguely humanoid but alien, moving through primeval forests, worshiping something vast and unseen beneath the earth. I saw the first collection, the first scream absorbed into a nascent orb of light. I saw the roots spreading, growing, connecting, their network expanding across continents, their hunger growing with each passing century. The tendril touched my forehead. It was not cold or hot or rough. It was nothing and everything, a void that simultaneously absorbed and imparted, a searing, agonizing emptiness that began to drain something from me, something vital. My vision blurred. The whispers, instead of fading, intensified, becoming clearer, sharper, more defined. I could hear every single voice, every single secret, every single agonizing truth that the roots had ever collected. The pain of 1,000 dying creatures, the despair of 1,000,000 lost souls, the ancient, cold knowledge of the earth itself, it all flooded into me, overwhelming my senses, tearing at the fabric of my being. I felt myself being pulled, gently at first, then with increasing force. Not physically, but something deeper, something within me. My consciousness, my essence, myself. It was being drawn out, like a thread from a spool, into the glowing tendril, into the swirling mass of the collector, into the chorus of screaming faces. The last thing I saw was the tendril retracting, pulling my essence away, leaving behind an empty husk. The last thing I heard was a triumphant roar of the whispers, now a single unified voice, resonating through every fiber of my being, even as my being dissolved. Another one harvested, the knowledge complete, the ancient ones stir, and then silence. Not the heavy, suffocating silence of the forest, but a deeper, more profound silence. The silence of non-existence. The silence of being utterly, completely consumed. I do not know how long I was trapped there, a screaming, silent face within the collector's swirling light, a part of its terrible, eternal collection. Time had ceased to have meaning. I was just another spark, another consciousness, feeding whatever ancient, ravenous entity stirred beneath the roots. But even within that unending torment, something shifted. The whispers. They had not stopped. Even as I was absorbed, they continued, echoing through the collective consciousness of the collected, through the very essence of the collector itself. They were still there, and now I was part of them. I knew the secrets. I knew the truth. I knew the hope of the ancient ones. I knew the purpose of the roots, the function of the lights, the horrifying nature of the collector. And I knew, with a clarity that transcended sanity, that I was not truly gone. I was merely integrated. My scream, once distinct, became one with the chorus of 1,000 others. My consciousness, once individual, became a single infinitesimal facet of a vast, ancient, and utterly malevolent intelligence. I was the roots. I was the whispers. And I was eternally, hopelessly lost. And sometimes, when the fog is thickest, and a lone traveler stumbles into this forgotten wood, seeking refuge from a broken-down car or a distant howl, they might hear it. A faint murmur beneath their feet, a whisper in the wind, a fragmented secret breathed from the very earth. Lost. Pain. Listen. Join us. And if they listen too closely, if they let the whispers burrow into their minds, they too will come to know the truth. And they too will become another voice in the endless, hungry chorus of the whispering roots. They will be collected, and the ancient ones will stir just a little more. And I, or what is left of me, will whisper along with them, a silent scream in the heart of the earth, forever trapped, forever listening, forever part of the horrifying, eternal truth. So, there I was, deep in the Blackwood Forest, probably further than I would ever been before. I know, every horror story starts with some idiot going where they should not, and trust me, I am fully aware I fit the bill. But I am an experienced hiker, been doing it since I was a kid. I have trekked through national parks, scaled smaller peaks, even spent a month solo in the Alaskan wilderness. I prided myself on my common sense and my ability to read the woods. Blackwood, though Blackwood had a reputation. Locals called it the Whispering Woods, or sometimes the Lost Woods. Stories about people disappearing, about strange lights, about an unnatural silence that could drive you mad. Old wives' tales. I always thought, just the kind of spooky folklore that keeps tourists away and makes for good campfire stories. I was looking for a specific waterfall, one that was rumored to be hidden deep within Blackwood, off any marked trail. A challenge, a photographic opportunity, something to prove I was not just another weekend warrior. I would set out early, sun barely kissing the horizon, a crisp autumn chill in the air. The first few hours were fine. The usual sounds of the forest birdsong, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the distant chatter of squirrels. But as I pushed deeper, following an old, barely discernible game trail, things started to change. The trees grew taller, denser, their branches interlocking overhead like the ribs of some colossal, skeletal beast. The light grew dim, even though it was mid-morning. It felt like walking through a perpetual twilight. And then the quiet started. Not just a natural forest quiet, where you can still hear the wind or the distant call of a bird. This was an absence of sound. It was like someone had hit the mute button on the world. The rustling leaves under my boots suddenly felt deafening, my own breathing too loud. It was unsettling, the kind of quiet that makes the hair on your arm stand up, even if you do not know why. I checked my phone, no signal, naturally. My GPS still worked, showing me veering slightly off course, but nothing alarming. Just typical deep woods navigation. I tried to shake off the growing unease. It is just the density of the trees, I told myself, blocking out sound. But deep down, a little voice, the one I usually ignored, whispered that it was more than that. This place felt old, ancient, in a way that pressed down on you, stifling. I kept moving, determined. The game trail became less and less clear, eventually disappearing altogether. I started bushwhacking, pushing through thick undergrowth, my backpack snagging on thorny branches. I was starting to get annoyed. My internal compass was usually spot on, but here it felt like the very air was disorienting me. The trees all looked the same, gnarled and moss-covered, their bark like wrinkled skin. Suddenly, the air grew heavier, not humid, but thick, like breathing through a wet cloth. And there was a smell, faint at first, then growing stronger with every step. It was sweet, almost sickly sweet, like rotting fruit or something fermented, but with an underlying metallic tang, like old blood. It was nauseating, and I instinctively covered my mouth and nose with my bandana. I pushed through one last curtain of thorny bushes, branches scraping against my jacket, and then I stopped dead. My breath caught in my throat. Before me, the forest opened up into a clearing. But it was not a clearing of grass and wildflowers. It was a clearing of webs. Giant, impossible webs. They stretched from tree to tree, from the ground to what I could only assume was the sky, though I could not see it. The entire space was enshrouded in them, like some colossal, ghostly tent. They were not the delicate, shimmering strands of a garden spider. These were thick, rope-like cables, some as wide as my wrist, woven together in intricate, terrifying patterns. They were a dull, sickly gray, almost translucent in places, catching the faint, filtered light that managed to penetrate the canopy. And they were everywhere. They draped over the gnarled trees, coating every branch, every leaf. They formed vast, sagging hammocks, some spanning dozens of feet, others creating swirling tunnels and intricate, multi-layered curtains. It was like stepping into a nightmare made real, a monstrous, forgotten corner of the world where reality had been rewoven into something alien and horrifying. My mind struggled to process it. What kind of spider could make webs like this? A creature of impossible size, surely. My initial shock slowly gave way to a cold, creeping dread that started in my gut and spread like ice through my veins. And then I saw it, the pulsing. It was subtle at first, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor running through the nearest strands. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it more clearly. The entire web-shrouded clearing was not static. It was alive. A slow, rhythmic throb, like a giant, unseen heart beating somewhere beneath the silk. The thick ropes tightened and loosened, sagged and stretched in an organic rhythm that made my skin crawl. Thump, 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 it was not a vibration I felt in the ground, it was a visual pulse, a slow, sickening breath of the web itself. I stood frozen, my camera still clutched in my numb hand, useless. The silence here was even more profound than in the woods outside. The only sound was the faint, almost internal thump, thump, thump of the webs, and the ragged beat of my own heart hammering against my ribs. The sickly sweet smell was overwhelming now, clinging to everything, making my stomach churn. My first thought, a desperate attempt at rationalization, was that it was some kind of fungal growth, a bioluminescent mold that had grown into these bizarre structures. But the pulsing, the sheer scale, it defied any natural explanation I could conjure. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. I took a tentative step back, then another. My survival instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But morbid curiosity, that fatal flaw of every horror protagonist, held me captive. I had never seen anything like it. Part of me, the part that sought out the hidden waterfall, wanted to understand, wanted to see what was at the center of this monstrous loom. I noticed something else then, something even more disturbing. Embedded within the thick, gray strands, like flies in amber, were things. Skeletons. Animal skeletons, mostly. Deer, rabbits, even what looked like the larger, more powerful bones of a bear. They were perfectly preserved, picked clean, suspended in the silk, testament to the strength of these webs. They hung like macabre ornaments, swaying ever so slightly with the pulsing. But then, my eyes caught on something different. Higher up, almost obscured by a particularly dense curtain of webs, was a shape that sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. It was too large for a deer, too slender for a bear. And the shape, the unmistakable outline of a human skull, arms outstretched, tangled in the suffocating embrace of the gray silk. My blood ran cold. The stories, the disappearances, they were not just stories. I felt a primal urge to scream, but my throat was tight, choked with fear. I forced myself to breathe, to think. Get out. Get out now. My feet, however, felt glued to the earth. I was mesmerized, terrified, caught between flight and a horrifying fascination. I took a photo, almost on instinct, a shaky shot with my camera. The flash, a tiny spark in the gloom, illuminated the webs for a fraction of a second, revealing even more horrifying details, a glistening, almost wet sheen on some strands, like fresh mucus dark, sticky patches that looked like dried blood or something worse. The flash seemed to make the pulsing intensify. Just for a moment, a sudden surge in the rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. That was enough. My curiosity evaporated, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. I spun around, intending to retrace my steps, to crash through the bushes and never look back. But the path I had entered through it was not there anymore. The thicket of thorny bushes I would just push through had somehow changed. The webs had extended, woven themselves into the undergrowth, creating an impenetrable, shimmering barrier where there had been an opening just moments before. It was not a wall of solid silk, but a dense, chaotic tangle, impassable without a machete. And even then, it felt like trying to cut through a living, breathing net. Panic seized me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat matching the slow, sickening pulse of the webs. I tried another direction, then another. No matter where I looked, the clearing was enclosed. The webs formed a colossal organic cage, stretching to the very edge of the tree line, blending seamlessly with the forest, yet somehow distinct, like a tumor growing on the land. I was trapped. A low, guttural sound, barely audible above the pulsing, reached my ears. It was not a growl, not a hiss. It was more like a wet, chitinous scraping, a shifting of immense weight. It seemed to come from deeper, within the clearing, from the very heart of the web-shrouded abyss. I fumbled for my multi-tool, pulling out the knife blade. It felt ridiculously small and inadequate against this monstrous, living architecture. I slashed at a few of the thinner strands near the edge of the clearing, hoping to find a weak point, an escape route. The blade bit into the silk, but it was incredibly tough, almost elastic. It stretched, resisted, then snapped with a sickening twang, recoiling like a stretched rubber band. A sticky, translucent sap, like substance, oozed from the broken ends, smelling even more intensely sweet and metallic. My knife blade was coated in it, and it felt alive. It began to slowly, imperceptibly harden on the metal. The pulsing intensified again, growing faster, more urgent. Thump, 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 thump. It felt like a warning, a heartbeat quickening in anticipation. The low, scraping sound grew louder, closer. I looked up, scanning the vast, gray canopy above. The webs were thicker there, forming a dense, woven ceiling. And through one of the thinner patches, I saw it. Or rather, I saw a shadow, a colossal, multi-limbed shadow, shifting and moving with disturbing grace. It was not a spider, not in any conventional sense. It was too fluid, too amorphous, its form constantly changing, like liquid darkness given shape. But the movement, the way it scuttled, the way it seemed to flow across the web ceiling, was terrifyingly arachnid. I backed away, stumbling over unseen roots, my eyes fixed on the shifting shadow. The scraping sounds were coming from all directions now, a symphony of monstrous chitin on silk. I realized with a gut-wrenching certainty that the webs were not just a trap, they were a vast, living sensory organ. Every vibration, every movement I made was being registered. I was not just trapped in the web, I was trapped by the web, and the creature that commanded it. Suddenly, a thick strand of web, as wide as my forearm, detached itself from a nearby tree and swung towards me, slow and deliberate, like a predator testing the air. I dodged it, scrambling backward, my heart a frantic bird in my chest. It was not just a loose strand, it was moving with purpose. More strands began to move, detaching themselves from the larger structure, swaying, weaving, forming a slowly constricting net around me. They were not merely static, they were extensions of whatever horror lived here. The pulsing was now a frantic, overwhelming beat, reverberating through my very bones. The air grew even heavier, almost suffocating. I screamed then, a raw, desperate sound that was immediately swallowed by the dense, web-choked air. It felt like screaming into a pillow. No one would hear me. No one would ever know. I ran, blindly, frantically, deeper into the clearing, hoping to find an exit, any gap in the monstrous net. The ground underfoot was no longer solid earth, but a thick, spongy layer of matted webs, like walking on a vast, springy trampoline. My boots sank slightly into the yielding surface, making every step a struggle. The sickly sweet smell intensified, now laced with something else, something fetid and putrid, the smell of decay on an industrial scale. I crashed into a wall of webs, thick and resilient. I tried to push through, but it was like running into a giant, sticky rubber band. I was enveloped, momentarily tangled, my face pressed against the gray, fibrous surface. The sap-like substance coated my hands, my jacket, my hair. It felt warm, almost hot, and sticky beyond belief. I ripped myself free, leaving a piece of my jacket behind, the material tearing with a sound like wet flesh. As I pulled away, something moved within the web wall. A muffled groan, a weak, desperate tremor. My eyes widened in horror. It was not just old skeletons in the webs. There were fresh victims, still alive. Cocoon. I could make out shapes, indistinct and horrifying. Some were clearly animal, but others were unmistakably human. Bundled forms, wrapped in layers of the gray silk, their outlines barely visible. I saw a hand, or what was left of one, reaching out from a cocoon, fingers splayed, frozen in a silent plea. A dark, viscous liquid, glistening like oil, slowly dripped from one of the cocoons, collecting in a small, sticky pool on the webbed ground below. The sweet, metallic smell was strongest here. This was not just a trap. It was a larder, a processing plant. A low, guttural shriek, wet and piercing, echoed through the clearing. It was not human. It was ancient, alien, filled with a hunger that curdled my blood. It seemed to come from directly above me. I looked up, my neck craning. The shadow had descended. It was not amorphous anymore. It was forming, solidifying. A colossal, multi-jointed horror, its body a grotesque amalgamation of chitin and sinew, covered in a slick, glistening membrane. It had too many legs, too many eyes, all of them black and gleaming, reflecting the faint, filtered light like polished obsidian. Its mouthparts, if they could even be called that, were a nightmare of barbed hooks and crushing mandibles, dripping with the same viscous, sweet-smelling fluid that coated the webs. It was not a spider. It was something far older, far more terrible. A living, breathing nightmare, spun from the very fabric of fear. It was the heart of the web, the source of the pulsing, the architect of this monstrous clearing. And it was looking at me. All of its eyes, dozens of them, were fixed on me with an intelligent, predatory hunger. It began to move, slowly at first, its immense weight shifting on the web ceiling. The entire clearing groaned and pulsed with its movement. Thick strands of web detached themselves from the canopy and descended like grappling hooks, aiming for me. I screamed again, a raw, choke sound, and bolted. I did not care which direction. Just away. Away from the crushing mandibles, away from the black, hungry eyes, away from the cocoons and the muffled groans. The webs were my enemy now. They snagged at my clothes, tried to trip me, clung to my skin like living leeches. The sticky sap burned faintly where it touched my bare skin. I tore through them, not caring about scratches or cuts, leaving strips of my jacket, my shirt, my very skin behind. I could hear it behind me, the wet, chitinous scraping, the heavy thump, thump, thump of its movement, growing closer. It was fast, impossibly fast for something so massive. I glimpsed it over my shoulder, a dark, shimmering blur, its many legs scuttling across the webbed ground, leaving behind a trail of glistening fluid. I saw a faint, almost imperceptible shift in the light ahead, a slightly less dense section of webs, perhaps closer to the edge of the clearing. It was my only hope. I charged, head down, arms flailing, a desperate, animalistic cry tearing from my throat. I hit the web barrier with all my might, a full body impact. It stretched, resisted, then gave way with a sickening snap and a shower of sticky, translucent droplets. I tumbled through, landing hard on the forest floor, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The impact jarred every bone in my body, but I did not care. I was out. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back, and ran. I ran like I had never run before, through the thick undergrowth, through the silent, oppressive forest. Branches tore at my face, thorns ripped into my skin, but I felt nothing but the searing terror that propelled me forward. The sickly sweet smell still clung to me, a phantom odor, a reminder. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping and sobbing, miles from where I would enter the clearing. I lay there for a long time, shaking uncontrollably, the image of the creature and its webbed larder burned into my mind. The pulsing, the silent, hungry thump, thump, thump it echoed in my ears long after the actual sound was gone. It took me hours to find my way back to my car, stumbling, disoriented, my clothes in tatters, covered in cuts, bruises, and the sticky, faintly glowing web sap. I drove away, not looking back, not even daring to glance in the rearview mirror, convinced that I would see the black, unblinking eyes staring back at me. I made it home, somehow. But I was not the same. The woods, once my sanctuary, are now a source of profound dread. I can't sleep without seeing the pulsing webs, the cocoon forms, the ancient, hungry horror. I still feel the sticky residue on my skin, even after countless showers, and I can still smell that sickeningly sweet, metallic odor clinging to my clothes, my hair, my very pores. The doctors say it is PTSD, extreme trauma. They do not believe my story, of course. They think I hallucinated or got lost and panicked. How could they? How could anyone believe in something so utterly, terrifyingly wrong? But I know what I saw. I know what lives in Blackwood Forest. It is not just a clearing. It is a living, breathing entity, a monstrous weaver, patiently waiting, its vast, sticky net spread wide, its heart beating in the silence, its hunger eternal. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I think I can hear it. A faint, almost imperceptible thump, thump, thump. And I wonder what if a piece of it came with me? What if a single invisible spore of that living web, that ancient horror, is slowly, silently, growing somewhere in my home, waiting for the right moment to unravel my world, just like it unraveled that clearing in Blackwood. The cycle continues, and I, like so many others before me, am just another broken thing, waiting to be woven into its terrible tapestry. The last thing I remembered clearly was the absolute, soul-crushing terror as those black eyes, devoid of any light or empathy, swept over my hiding spot. The shriveled husk of what was once a man lay at the center of the ancient stone circle, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones, that I was next. My explorer spirit, the naive curiosity that had led me into the infamous Blackwood in the first place, was gone, replaced by a primal, animalistic urge run. So I ran. I ran blindly, spurred by the image of that towering shadow, those gaunt, pale creatures, and the memory of the man's last, gurgling gasp. The Blackwood, which had been merely oppressive before, now felt like a living, breathing predator, its branches clawing, its shadows shifting with unseen horrors. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent jolts of pure adrenaline through my system. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I could not stop. Stopping meant becoming prey. Stopping meant becoming another husk. Hours blurred into an eternity. The darkness of the Blackwood was absolute, but my eyes somehow had adapted. Or perhaps it was just my heightened senses painting phantom shapes in the gloom. I stumbled over roots, scraped against thorny bushes, and fell more times than I could count. My clothes were torn, my skin was a mess of cuts and bruises, and a throbbing pain had settled deep in my left ankle. But I did not feel it, not really. The fear was an anesthetic, a potent drug that kept me moving, kept me alive. The guttural murmurs and heavy thumps of the previous nights still echoed in my mind, a phantom soundtrack to my desperate flight. I imagined them behind me, those creatures, their gaunt forms loping silently through the undergrowth, their black eyes fixed on my retreating back. I did not dare look back. Looking back meant acknowledging the horror, and I was not sure my sanity could take another dose of reality. Eventually, exhaustion began to win its cruel battle against terror. My legs gave out from under me, and I collapsed in a heap, gasping for air, my chest heaving. The cold, damp earth seeped through my torn clothes, but I barely registered it. All I could feel was the frantic beat of my heart against my ribs, and the icy grip of despair tightening around my throat. I was still in the Blackwood. I had run, But where? Deeper into its clutches. Had I merely exchanged one horror for another? I lay there for what felt like an hour, maybe more, listening. The forest was silent now, or perhaps I was just too deafened by my own ragged breathing and the internal screams to hear anything else. The moon, a sliver of silver light, finally managed to pierce through the dense canopy, casting eerie, distorted shadows that danced like specters. My body screamed for rest, but my mind was a whirlwind of paranoia. I could not stay here. I had to move, even if it was just to crawl. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up, leaning against the rough bark of a massive ancient oak. Its gnarled branches seemed to twist into menacing shapes, its roots like grasping fingers. Everything in this forest felt malevolent. I started walking again, a slow, shuffling gait, favoring my injured ankle. I had no direction, no destination. Just away. Away from the stone circle, away from the memory of the sacrifice. I kept my eyes fixed on the ground ahead, trying to avoid any more falls. That is when I saw it. It was not hidden, not really. It lay almost carelessly on a patch of moss-covered earth, nestled between the roots of another ancient tree. The last thing I clearly remembered was the absolute, soul-crushing terror. Black eyes, devoid of empathy, swept over my hiding spot. A man's shriveled husk lay at the ancient stone circle, and I knew I was next. My explorer's spirit vanished, replaced by a primal, desperate urge to simply survive. I do not know how I got out of there. The details are a blur, a jumbled mess of scrambling through thorny undergrowth, the scent of something metallic and ancient in the air, and the echo of a sound that was not quite a scream, but worse, a wet, tearing sound that still makes my stomach clench tight enough to vomit. I just ran, and kept running until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing somewhere deep in the woods, far from the stone circle and whatever unholy ritual had taken place there. After that, it was a haze. Days bled into nights. I remember hitchhiking, sleeping in my car, always driving west, away from everything. Away from the memory of those eyes, away from the chill that settled deep in my bones, a coldness that no amount of blankets or hot coffee could ever truly dispel. I did not care where I was going, only that it was away. Away from people, away from places where history clung too thickly to the air, away from anything that could remind me of the fragility of life and the depths of human or inhuman depravity. My old life, the one where I chased legends and sought out forgotten places, was dead, buried under a mound of fear and paranoia. My car, a beat-up old SUV that had seen better days, was my only sanctuary. It was packed with what few possessions I would salvage: a sleeping bag, some non-perishable food, a first aid kit, and a couple of changes of clothes. Everything else felt tainted. I could not look at my old maps, could not touch my hiking gear, could not even think about the thrill of discovery without a wave of nausea washing over me. That thrill had led me directly to the precipice of my own demise. I ended up in a forgotten corner of the Pacific Northwest, driving along winding, barely paved roads that snaked through dense, ancient forests. The air here was clean, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the metallic tang of the place I would fled. The sheer scale of the trees, towering giants that blotted out the sky, was both comforting and intimidating. It felt like a place where the world could simply swallow you whole, and no one would ever know, which, at the time, sounded like a blessing. One evening, as dusk was bleeding purple and orange into the sky, I found myself thoroughly lost. My phone had died hours ago, and the old paper map I would reluctantly bought at a gas station was less than useless, showing only major highways and a few dotted lines for unpaved roads. I would taken a wrong turn somewhere, chasing a sunset that promised nothing but more isolation. The road I was on was barely more than a deer trail, overgrown with ferns and moss, the branches of ancient firs scraping against the roof of my. The woods were thick with nothing. Not the comforting scent of pine, not the rustle of unseen creatures, not even the whisper of the wind that usually played through the needles of the towering firs. Just a suffocating, soundless void that swallowed the beam of my flashlight hole. My breath hitched, ragged and loud in my own ears, a frantic drumbeat against the silence that felt heavier than the forest canopy itself. I would fled blindly, stupidly, perpendicular to the howls. Not towards them, no, never towards them, but away from my metal coffin of an SUV, away from the flat tire that had been the first domino, away from the memory of the grotesque dolls and their wet schlorp, away from the chilling certainty that the howls, human screams, and animalistic cries were not wind, but the collector. The same collector who had taken a man from a pickup truck, his vacant eyes staring at nothing, his body a discarded husk. My SUV, a sanctuary turned trap, was now a distant, forgotten point in a sea of black. My legs burned, lungs screaming for air, but I kept moving, tripping over roots, my hands scraping against rough bark. I did not care. Pain was a distant concept, overshadowed by the raw, primal terror that had taken root in my gut and was now blossoming, thorny and venomous, through every vein. Each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig that was not my own, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. My mind, already frayed, was painting shadows into monsters, turning the familiar forest into an alien, hostile landscape. Then the cold. Not just the chill of the Pacific Northwest night, but a damp, penetrating cold that seeped into my bones, a cold that brought with it an almost instantaneous, suffocating blanket. Fog. It rolled in with an unnerving speed, not a gradual creep, but a sudden, thick curtain descending from the unseen sky. One moment, my flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a tunnel of trees. The next, it was swallowed, diffused into an impenetrable, milky haze. Visibility dropped to mere feet. The world shrank, collapsing around me until I was encased in a claustrophobic sphere of white. The trees, once a comforting presence, became monstrous, distorted shapes, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers. Panic, already a high-pitched shriek in my mind, escalated. I was lost, utterly, irrevocably lost. The howls, which had been fading, now seemed to echo from every direction, muffled by the fog, but closer, more insidious, like whispers on the edge of hearing. Was the fog a shield or a new trap? I pressed on, clinging to the desperate hope that if I just kept moving, I would eventually hit a road, a clearing, anything. My flashlight, my only guide, felt increasingly useless. Its beam, once a defiant spear against the dark, was now just a dull glow, illuminating nothing but the swirling vapor directly in front of my face. The ground underfoot grew slick with moisture. Each step was a gamble, each breath a struggle against the damp, cold air. That is when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a distortion caused by the fog. A pale, ethereal glow, like a distant lantern, bobbing gently in the oppressive whiteness, about 50 yards ahead and slightly to my left. It was not the harsh, focused beam of a car headlight, nor the steady glow of a cabin window. This was softer, more diffuse, a yellowish-white luminescence that seemed to have no source, no visible lamp or housing. It simply was. My heart leaped. Hope, a fragile, foolish thing, flickered. Another person. A rescuer. Someone else lost in this hellish wilderness. My voice, hoarse from fear and exertion, croaked out. Hello. Is anyone there? The light did not respond. It did not waver. It just drifted, slowly, deliberately, deeper into the fog-shrouded woods. A prickle of unease, cold and sharp, replaced the brief warmth of hope. There was something unnatural about its movement, too smooth, too unhurried for a human carrying a lantern. It was as if it were floating, pulled by an invisible string. My mind, already teetering on the edge, screamed at me to turn away, to run in the opposite direction. But the primal human need for contact, for direction, for an end to this terrifying isolation was stronger. Or maybe it was just morbid curiosity, a fatal flaw in the face of the unknown. Wait, I called out again, my voice barely a whisper against the suffocating silence of the fog. I started to move towards it cautiously at first, then with a growing, desperate urgency. Maybe it was a ranger. Maybe it was someone who knew these woods, someone who could lead me out. The light continued to drift, always just out of reach, always maintaining that same tantalizing distance. It was like a ghost, a will-o'-the-wisp, leading me deeper into the labyrinth. The air grew colder, and with it a faint metallic tang, like old blood mixed with damp earth. My stomach churned. I followed, my eyes fixed on the pale glow, my flashlight beam now just an afterthought, casting weak circles around my feet. The ground became uneven, thickly carpeted with moss and fallen leaves. I stumbled, catching myself on a slick tree trunk. That is when I saw it. The light had paused. It hovered unmoving, directly above a gnarled root system that snaked out from the base of a massive ancient cedar. And beneath that root, slumped against the damp earth, was a body. My breath caught in my throat, a choked gasp. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was dressed in hiking gear, mud-caked and torn. His face, pale and waxy, was turned towards me, eyes wide open, staring sightlessly into the fog. There was no visible injury, no blood, but his expression, it was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. His mouth was open in a silent scream, a black void in his face. It was the same vacant, empty look I would seen in the eyes of the man from the pickup truck. The man who had been collected. My flashlight beam, trembling violently in my hand, swept over the scene. The air around the body was heavy, thick with that metallic scent. Now undeniably the smell of death. The drifting light, still hovering, cast an eerie glow over the corpse, highlighting the unnatural stillness, the horrifying finality of it all. It was as if the light were a spotlight, presenting its grotesque discovery. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light began to drift again. Slowly, almost gracefully, it moved away from the body, back into the swirling, featureless fog, leaving me alone with the dead. I did not scream. I could not. The sound was trapped in my chest, a cold, hard knot. My mind, already fractured, threatened to shatter completely. This was not a rescue. This was not a lost hiker. This was a marker, a beacon, a chilling, deliberate signpost in the wilderness of death. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, falling hard onto the mossy ground. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my tailbone, but it was a distant sensation. All I could see was that dead man's face, those wide, empty eyes, that silent scream. The collector. These were not just random deaths. These were the discarded husks. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking so violently I thought they might give out. I had to get away. Away from the body, away from the lingering scent of death, away from the direction the light had drifted. But which way was that? The fog was an absolute whiteout, a cruel joke played by the universe. Every direction looked the same. Then, I saw another one. Another light, identical to the first, bobbing gently about 30 yards to my right. And then another further out, a faint shimmer in the distance. And another. And another. They were everywhere, pale, ghostly orbs, drifting through the fog like lost souls, each one a silent, chilling promise of what lay beneath. My breath hitched again, a desperate, wheezing sound. They were not just lights. They were an escort, a parade of death. They were not leading me to safety, they were leading me to them, to the bodies. Or perhaps, worse, they were leading me to the collector itself. I spun around, desperate to find an escape route, but the fog pressed in an unyielding wall. The lights, I realized with a fresh wave of terror, were not just appearing, they were closing in. They seemed to be herding me gently, inexorably, towards some unseen center. I ran, blindly, recklessly. I plunged deeper into the fog, away from the closest light, away from the fresh memory of the dead man. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my skin. Roots tripped me, sending me sprawling. I could feel the cold, damp earth soaking into my clothes, but I did not care. I just had to get away. My flashlight beam danced wildly, a frantic, useless struggle against the overwhelming white. I could hear my own ragged breathing, a desperate, animalistic panting that sounded alien in my own ears. The howls, which had been distant, now seemed to rise and fall with the rhythm of my own terror, closer, more distinct, a chorus of suffering that seemed to emanate from the very fog itself. I crashed through a thicket of thorny bushes, the sharp spines raking across my arms and legs, but I barely registered the pain. My eyes were darting, searching, praying for a glimpse of anything that was not a drifting light. Then the air grew even colder, and the metallic tang of blood intensified. My foot slipped on something soft, something yielding, and I pitched forward, my hands instinctively reaching out to break my fall. My fingers closed around cold, clammy skin. I screamed this time, a raw, guttural sound ripped from the depths of my soul. My flashlight, which had flown from my grasp, landed a few feet away, its beam pointing erratically, illuminating the horror. I had fallen directly onto another body. This one was a woman, her face half buried in the moss, her long, dark hair fanned out around her head like a grotesque halo. Her clothes were soaked, her skin a sickly grayish blue. One arm was bent at an unnatural angle, her hand clutching a small, mud-splattered backpack. And hovering just above her, pulsing with that same eerie, soft glow, was another one of the drifting lights. It was closer this time, almost directly over the corpse. As I stared, paralyzed by terror, a faint, almost imperceptible hum seemed to emanate from the light, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to sink into my very bones. It was not a sound I could hear with my ears, but when I felt in my chest, a deep, unsettling thrum. And then, I saw it. A faint ripple, a distortion in the air around the light, as if the fog itself was being gently stirred, absorbed into its core. It was too subtle to be real, a hallucination born of a mind pushed beyond its limits. But I felt it. I felt the air grow thinner, lighter. The light lingered for a moment longer, its hum intensifying, before it too began to drift away, joining the growing constellation of pale orbs in the distance. It left behind not just a body, but an utter void, a silence that was more profound than any I had ever known, a silence that spoke of absolute emptiness. I scrambled away from the body, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, desperate bird trapped in a cage. My hands, still slick with the cold, clammy residue of death, shook uncontrollably. I could not breathe. The fog felt like a shroud, suffocating me, pressing down on me, stealing the air from my lungs. More lights. They were everywhere now, a silent, spectral army, encircling me. I could see at least a dozen, some close enough to reveal the faint, unsettling hum, others just distant glows in the impenetrable white. Each one a sentinel, a morbid guardian. I closed my eyes, pressing my hands over my ears, desperate to shut it all out. The howls, the lights, the bodies, the slurp of the dolls, the image of the man from the pickup truck, the thump, thump, thump of my flat tire. It was all converging, a symphony of dread playing in the confines of my skull. When I opened my eyes again, the world was still a swirling canvas of white and pale yellow glows. I was trapped. There was no escape. The trees, the fog, the very air itself felt like a living, breathing entity, an extension of the collector, guiding me to my inevitable end. My flashlight, still on the ground, flickered once, then died. The battery was gone. I was plunged into near total darkness, broken only by the eerie, drifting lights. Their pale glow, once a source of terrifying fascination, now felt like the very eyes of death watching me. I could no longer tell where I was going, or even which way was up. The ground felt uneven beneath my feet, treacherous and unseen. I was surrounded by the unseen dead, marked by the silent, drifting lanterns. Then a flicker. Not a light, but a shadow, a deeper blackness within the already darkened fog, directly ahead. It was a shape, indistinct and shifting, but massive. And from it, I felt a presence. A cold, ancient malevolence that dwarfed all the terror I had felt before. The lights around me seemed to converge, drawing closer to this central shadow, like moths to a flame, or maybe like iron filings to a magnet. Their hum intensified, a low, resonant drone that vibrated through the very ground. And then, from the heart of that shifting darkness, a sound. Not a howl, not a scream, but a wet, tearing, slurp, a sound that echoed the grotesque dolls, a sound that spoke of flesh being rent, of something viscous and unnatural. I froze. Every muscle in my body locked up. My lungs burned, but I could not draw a breath. This was it. This was the Collector. Not just a being that took souls, but something that left behind these empty vessels, marked by these spectral lights, a monstrous entity that moved unseen within the fog. One of the closest drifting lights, perhaps 20 feet away, began to change. Its pale yellow glow pulsed, growing brighter, then dimming, as if breathing. And as it pulsed, I could swear I saw something within its core, a faint, swirling wisp, like smoke or like a face. A fleeting, distorted image of a human face, contorted in agony, trapped within the light, screaming silently. My mind finally, irrevocably snapped. I did not run. I did not scream. I just dropped to my knees, my hands covering my head, trying to make myself small, invisible, hoping that if I did not move, did not make a sound, the lights, the Collector, the very fog itself, would simply pass me by. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying pine, and that metallic tang of blood. The hum of the lights grew into a deafening roar in my head, a sound that was both internal and external, shaking my very being. The howls were everywhere, no longer distant, but a cacophony of agony that seemed to pierce through the fog, through the hum, through my fractured mind. I closed my eyes again, tighter this time, and waited. Waited for the cold touch, for the final slurp, for the moment when my own light would flicker, and then drift, joining the others in this endless, fog-shrouded dance of death. The drifting fog lights were not guides. They were the eyes of the damned, and I was just another soul waiting to be collected. And the fog, the omnipresent, suffocating fog, was its hunting ground, its canvas for a gallery of the dead. I was just another exhibit, already chosen, already marked. I could feel the cold seeping into my very core, the emptiness beginning to take hold. I knew with a chilling certainty that soon my own light would begin to drift, my skin weeping crimson dew. It was not a gush, not a torrent like a wound, but a horrifying, systemic seepage. My pores, every single one of them, were tiny, open mouths, exhaling my lifeblood in glistening, scarlet beads. My clothes, already damp with sweat and the metallic tang of the air, rapidly darkened in countless spots. The cabin, once a flimsy shield, now felt like a coffin. I dropped Elias's journal, my hands slick with my own output, and stared at my forearms. They were shimmering, reflecting the dim light from the grimy window in a grotesque ruby sheen. My vision blurred, not from tears, but from the sudden, profound weakness that washed over me. It was like every nerve ending was being gently, meticulously pricked, each prick drawing a microscopic, yet cumulative, toll. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried to scream, but only a ragged gasp escaped. My legs, suddenly rubbery, gave out, and I slumped against the rough-hewn wall, the splintered wood digging into my back. Every inch of my body felt like it was humming, a low, draining vibration, and the metallic scent in the air intensified, no longer just a suggestion, but a thick, cloying presence. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, of rusty iron, of me. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to stop, to be a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by dehydration or fear. But when I opened them, the world was still a hazy, blood-tinged mess. I could feel the individual beads of blood trickling down my skin, some catching in the fine hairs on my arms, others soaking into my clothes. My head throbbed, a dull ache that seemed to resonate with a strange, draining hum. Elias's journal lay open on the dirt floor, its pages stained with my own fresh horror. They feed, his frantic scrawl declared, the trees. They are mouths. The words echoed in my skull, twisting into a grotesque truth. The crimson leaves, the cold prickle, the initial seep from my finger, the ooze from my forearm, it was not accidental. It was a test, a taste. And now, I was the main course. My mind, despite the encroaching fog, raced back to the original plan, a digital detox, a return to nature. What a cruel cosmic joke. Nature in this place was not a serene escape, it was a predator, patient and insatiable. The Adirondacks, my sanctuary, had become my tomb. I struggled to my feet, bracing myself against the wall. Each movement was an effort, my limbs heavy, sluggish. I needed to stop the bleeding. But how? There were no bandages, no first aid kit. Even if there were, how do you bandage an entire body? I was bleeding from everywhere. My gaze fell upon Elias's journal again. Perhaps there was more. More answers, more warnings, a way out. With trembling hands, I picked it up, the rough paper feeling impossibly heavy. My vision swam as I tried to focus on the next entry, the words blurring and reforming. Day 17. The draining intensifies. My strength wanes. I tried to leave, but the woods they shift. The path I marked gone. The compass useless. It spins, always points back to the Crimson Heart. They do not want me to leave. Not yet. Not until I am empty. A cold dread deeper than the weakness settled in my bones. Elias was trapped too. He did not escape. His last entries were filled with a terrifying resignation, a slow, agonizing surrender. Day 21. The whispers. Soft, like wind through dead leaves, but no wind here. It is always still. The whispers call my name. Not my name, not truly. A sound like a memory of a name, a ghost of a call. It lures. It tempts. Promises of solace, of an end to the thirst. Whispers. I had not heard any whispers, just the eerie silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart and the distant, almost imperceptible hum that now seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Day 24. The child. I hear it now. A song. So sweet, so pure. A lullaby carried on the still air. It cuts through the whispers, through the fear. It calls to me, a promise of warmth, of comfort. But I know it is a trick, a deeper lure. The trees, they want more than just blood. They want to spare. And then peace, the peace of oblivion. My blood ran colder than the Adirondack winter. A child, singing, here in this silent, malevolent grove. Elias's words, though centuries old, felt like a direct, personal warning. He knew. He understood the insidious nature of this place. As if on cue, a faint, ethereal sound drifted into the cabin. It was so delicate, so impossibly pure, it took a moment for my dazed brain to register it. A child's voice, singing. It was a simple tune, a nursery rhyme I could not quite place, sung in a voice that was both innocent and profoundly unsettling. It was not a joyful sound, but one imbued with a strange, sorrowful beauty, like a ghost sighing a forgotten melody. It was faint, as if coming from a great distance, yet it seemed to fill the small, dilapidated cabin, permeating the very air, pushing back against the metallic tang and the hum. My heart already a frantic drum, stumbled. Elias's warning screamed in my head, yet a different, more primal urge began to stir. Curiosity, or perhaps a desperate, fading hope. Could it be real? Another human being, a child. The bleeding continued, a constant, insidious drain. My vision dimmed further, the edges of my perception growing fuzzy. The cabin's walls seemed to waver, the shadows stretching and contracting like living things. I was losing blood, losing strength, losing my mind. But the song, it was a lifeline, a beacon in the terrifying darkness. No, I whispered, my voice a raspy croak. It is a trick. Elias said it was a trick. But the song continued, weaving its way into the fabric of my consciousness, a siren song for the dying. It was not loud, never loud. It was soft, insistent, a gentle tugging at the frayed edges of my sanity. It promised something, not solace, not comfort, but an answer, a finality, a way to understand. Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me to huddle in the corner and succumb, I pushed myself away from the wall. My legs protested, trembling violently, but I forced one foot in front of the other, shuffling toward the cabin door. Each step was a monumental effort, my head swimming, the world tilting precariously. The air outside was still and heavy, the crimson leaves of the impossible trees hanging motionless, reflecting the dying light of a sun I had not truly seen in what felt like an eternity. The metallic scent was overwhelming here, tasting like pennies in my mouth. Yet, above it all, the child's song floated, clearer now, beckoning. It seemed to come from deeper, within the grove, from the very heart of the crimson domain. Hello, I rasped, my voice barely audible. It was a foolish question, a desperate plea. No answer, just the haunting melody. I stumbled out of the cabin, leaving Elias's journal behind, a testament to a fate I was rapidly approaching. The forest, a labyrinth of glowing red, seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The trees, silent and still, watched me with their countless, unblinking crimson eyes. I imagined them smiling, their roots drinking deeply from the earth, and soon from me. The song was my only guide. It was a slow, agonizing journey. My body felt like a sack of stones, each step a battle against gravity and the relentless draining. My skin was clammy, my lips parched, but the bleeding, though constant, seemed to have settled into a slow, steady weep rather than an accelerating torrent. Perhaps there was less to take now. The melody twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the grove, past trees that seemed to grow thicker, their leaves more vibrant, almost incandescent. The air grew colder, despite the visual intensity, and a strange, almost imperceptible fog began to coil around my ankles, clinging to the ground like a spectral shroud. I found myself muttering Elias's words, fragments of his journal entries, like a protective incantation. A trick, a deeper lure, but the child's voice, so pure, so sorrowful, held an irresistible power. It was not menacing, not in the traditional sense. It was a call to empathy, a tug at the deepest, most vulnerable parts of my soul. Who could ignore a lost child, even a ghost child in a ghost forest? The singing grew clearer, closer now. It seemed to emanate from a small clearing ahead, a pocket of even greater stillness within the already silent woods. The crimson leaves here were almost blinding, radiating an unholy light that cast long, dancing shadows, making the trees appear to writhe. I pushed aside a curtain of glowing branches, my fingers brushing against the cold, wet leaves, but surprisingly, no fresh blood welled up. Perhaps the trees were sated for a moment, or perhaps I had so little left to give that it was not worth the effort. The clearing was small, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, and the ground was not dirt, but a layer of fine, white ash, soft and powdery, beneath my worn hiking boots. In the very center, bathed in the unearthly crimson glow, sat an object that froze my already chilled blood. It was a cradle, but not a cradle of wood or wicker or fabric. This cradle was fashioned from bone. Smooth, bleached white bones, meticulously fitted together, forming a macabre, skeletal basket. Ribs curved to create the sides, vertebrae linked to form the base, and longer, thicker bones, perhaps femurs or tibias, served as the rockers. It was a masterpiece of grotesque artistry, clearly not a natural formation, but something crafted with deliberate, horrifying intent. And it was empty. The singing, which had been so clear just moments before, abruptly ceased. The silence that followed was absolute, crushing. It was not just the absence of sound, it was a palpable weight, a suffocating presence that pressed down on me, stealing the air from my lungs. My gaze flickered around the clearing, searching frantically. Where was the child? Was this a trap? A cruel joke played by whatever malevolence resided in these woods? The empty cradle, crafted from the remnants of something living, was a far more terrifying sight than any monstrous creature. It spoke of absence, of consumption, of what had been and was now gone. My eyes fell upon the ash beneath the cradle. It was not just white, it shimmered with a faint, iridescent quality. And then I noticed the faint, almost invisible, crimson flecks mixed within it. Not leaves, not bark. Blood. Dried blood. Or perhaps what was left after the feeding. A new, chilling realization clawed its way into my mind. The singing was not a child. It was a memory, an echo, a lure, as Elias had warned. The cradle was not for a child to be placed in. It was a monument, a memorial, or perhaps a chilling testament to the process. The trees. They fed. They drained. And then, what happened to the victims? Did they simply waste away? Or were they reduced to this? To ash, to bone? Was this cradle made from the bones of Elias? Or some other unfortunate soul lured by the insidious song? The thought was so horrifying, so utterly bleak, that I felt a fresh wave of nausea. My stomach clenched, and I dry heaved, nothing but bile coming up. The weakness was overwhelming now, my legs threatening to collapse beneath me. I was swaying, my vision tunneling to a small, dark point. I looked down at my hands. They were still weeping, though the glow was now barely perceptible. My skin felt cold, dry, and stretched like parchment. I was becoming an empty vessel, just as Elias had predicted. The crimson leaves of the surrounding trees seemed to glow with renewed intensity, their light pulsing faintly, like a slow, rhythmic heartbeat. I imagined their roots deep beneath the earth, drawing sustenance from the ground, from the ash, from the very essence of life that had been consumed here. And soon, for me, the silence grew heavier, pressing in from all sides. I could almost hear the absence of sound, a vacuum where life should have been. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and something else, now a faint, sweet, cloying odor, like decaying flowers or forgotten dreams. It was the smell of death, but not a natural death. A stolen death. I tried to turn, to flee, to make it back to the cabin, to anywhere, but my body refused to obey. My muscles had seized, my limbs felt like lead. I was rooted to the spot, a moth caught in the unholy light of the crimson grove, drawn to its inevitable end. Then a new sound, so subtle I almost missed it, broke the silence. A faint, almost imperceptible creaking. I strained my ears, my heart pounding a desperate rhythm against my ribs. It was the cradle, the bone cradle. It was swaying gently, rocking back and forth, as if an invisible weight had just been lifted from it, or perhaps placed within it. My breath hitched. My eyes, wide with terror, stared at the empty, rocking cradle. Was the child there, invisible, or was it something else? Something far more ancient and malevolent, stirring within the heart of the grove. A whisper, faint and dry as rustling leaves, seemed to brush against my ear, though no wind stirred. Sleep, little one. It was not the child's voice. It was deeper, older, resonant with a terrible, patient hunger. It was the voice of the trees. the voice of the grove itself. And then, I felt it. A cold, tender-like sensation wrapping around my ankles, then my calves tightening, pulling. It was not visible, but I could feel its presence, its strength. It was drawing me slowly, inexorably, towards the empty bone cradle, towards the shivering edge. I tried to scream, but my throat was too dry, too constricted. Only a gurgle escaped, a desperate, pathetic sound. My hands, still weeping their slow, crimson tears, instinctively reached out, clawing at the air, searching for something to grasp, something to hold on to. But there was nothing but the silent, unyielding trees, their leaves glowing like malevolent embers. The hum intensified, vibrating through my very bones. My vision flickered, the crimson light of the leaves blurring into an indistinct haze. I was being pulled down, my knees buckling. The white ash of the clearing rose up to meet me, a soft, chilling blanket. As I fell, my eyes, wide and unblinking, fixed on the empty cradle. It continued to rock, a gentle, rhythmic sway, a lullaby for the dying. And then, for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw something in its hollowed interior. Not a child, not a ghost, but a reflection, a faint, shimmering outline, like a heat haze, twisting and forming into a shape. A tiny, skeletal hand reaching out. And then all went black. The last thing I felt was the cold, soft embrace of the ash and the faint, sweet scent of forgotten dreams. The trees had found their peace, and I their oblivion. So there I was, somewhere deep in the Adirondacks, probably a good 3-day hike from the nearest paved road. My phone had been dead for about 48 hours, which was exactly the point. I had told my buddy Mark I was going off grid for a week, needed a digital detox, as the wellness gurus called it. Really, I just needed to get away from the constant hum of the city, the endless notifications, and the gnawing feeling that my life was slowly turning into a series of tasks I did not care about. The first few days were pure bliss. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. I hiked. I read. I cooked simple meals over a small fire, and I genuinely felt the tension unwinding from my shoulders. My pack was heavy, but it was a good kind of heavy, the weight of self-sufficiency. I had my tent, my sleeping bag, a portable water filter, and enough dried food to last me 2 weeks if I rationed it. I would even brought a proper camera, hoping to capture some of the raw beauty I was experiencing. On the third day, I decided to venture off the Mark Trail. I know, rookie mistake, but the trail had been a little too well maintained, a little too easy. I craved something wilder, something untouched. I pulled out my topographical map, the old school paper kind, and picked out a promising looking section, a less traveled ridgeline that promised some spectacular views of a hidden valley. I figured I would spend the day exploring, maybe even camp there overnight if the spot was good, then rejoin the main trail the next morning. The going was tougher than I expected. The undergrowth was thick, and fallen logs made for treacherous footing. I had to use my compass more often than I liked, constantly checking my bearings against the map. But the air felt different out here, cleaner, wilder, and that spurred me on. The sun was high, dappling through the canopy, and for a while, I felt like an old-school explorer, pushing into uncharted territory. It was late afternoon when I first saw them, through a particularly dense patch of evergreens. I caught a flash of color that did not quite fit. It was not the vibrant oranges and yellows of autumn foliage, nor the deep greens of summer. This was different. Intrigued, I pushed through a curtain of low-hanging branches, my backpack snagging on a few thorns. And then I saw them properly. They were trees unmistakably, but their leaves were an impossible, vivid crimson. Not the deep, rusty red of dying leaves, but a brilliant, almost glowing shade, like fresh arterial blood. They were not just a few scattered branches, it was an entire grove, stretching as far as I could see into the deepening shadows of the forest. It was like stepping into a painting, a surreal landscape that defied everything I knew about nature. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. My camera, which had been hanging uselessly around my neck for the last hour, suddenly felt heavy. I raised it, focusing on the nearest tree. The leaves were perfectly formed, almost waxy, and they shimmered in the fading sunlight. What struck me most was their uniformity. Every single leaf on every single tree in this grove was this exact, impossible shade of crimson. And they were not falling. Not a single one lay on the forest floor beneath them. It was as if they were perpetually in peak bloom, frozen in an eternal, bloody autumn. "Whoa," I whispered, the sound swallowed by the sudden, profound silence of the grove. The birdsong that had accompanied me all day had vanished. Even the rustle of the wind seemed to die down here. It was unnerving, yet captivating. I took a few dozen photos trying to capture the surreal beauty, but I knew the camera could not do it justice. It was something you had to see with your own eyes, something that needed to be experienced. My curiosity, always a dangerous trait, got the better of me. I wanted a closer look. I walked slowly into the grove, my boots crunching softly on the mossy ground. The air here was still, almost heavy, and it carried a faint, earthy scent mixed with something else I could not quite place metallic, maybe, like pennies or old blood. I shook my head. My imagination was probably running wild. It was just a weird mutation, a rare species, something botanists would go nuts over. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, drawn by the sheer magnetism of the color. I chose a leaf on a low-hanging branch, one that looked particularly vibrant, almost iridescent. It felt smooth, cool, and surprisingly firm, not brittle like a normal leaf. As my fingertip brushed against its surface, a strange sensation shot through me. It was not pain, not exactly, but a cold, tingling prickle that felt wrong. I pulled my hand back instinctively, frowning. I looked at my finger, expecting to see a scratch, a thorn prick, anything. But there was nothing. No cut, no abrasion. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, a tiny bead of crimson began to well up from the skin of my fingertip. Not from a cut, but through the skin, like a poor, suddenly weeping blood. My eyes widened. I stared at it, utterly bewildered. It was not much, just a pinprick, but it was undeniably blood. My blood. I wiped it on my hiking pants, a cold dread starting to coil in my stomach. What the hell was that? I looked back at the leaf, then at the tree, then at the entire grove of crimson leaf trees. The metallic scent in the air seemed stronger now, or maybe I was just more attuned to it. My heart started to pound a little faster. This was not natural. This was not normal. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I would accidentally scrape myself on a microscopic splinter on the leaf. But the way the blood had just appeared, not from a break in the skin, but as if seeping out, it was deeply unsettling. I decided to put some distance between myself and these trees. The sun was dipping below the horizon now, and the shadows were lengthening, making the crimson leaves look even more ominous, almost black in the twilight. I needed to find a campsite, and quickly. I turned to retrace my steps, but the way I would come in seemed to have vanished. The dense undergrowth I would push through earlier now looked uniform, impenetrable. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at me. I pulled out my compass. It spun wildly for a moment, then settled, but the direction it indicated did not seem right. My map, too, looked foreign, the familiar contours suddenly alien. Had I wandered so far off course? I tried to stay calm, reminding myself I was an experienced hiker. I picked a direction that felt right away from the crimson grove and started to walk, checking my compass every few minutes. But the compass needle kept twitching, never quite settling, as if confused by some unseen magnetic anomaly. And no matter which way I turned, I kept catching glimpses of those impossible red leaves through the trees. It was like they were surrounding me, or perhaps I was simply deeper within their domain than I would realize. I walked for what felt like hours, the light fading rapidly. The air grew colder, and the metallic scent intensified, making my stomach churn. My legs ached, and my throat was dry, but I pushed on, desperate to escape the unsettling presence of the crimson trees. Finally, exhausted and disoriented, I stumbled upon a small clearing. It was not perfect, but it was open enough to set up my tent. The trees surrounding it were normal green leaf maples and oaks, which was a huge relief. I quickly pitched my tent, fumbled with my headlamp, and started a small fire. The crackle of the flames and the warmth were immensely comforting, pushing back the shadows and the creeping dread. I boiled some water for a dehydrated meal, my hands still shaking slightly. I kept glancing into the darkness beyond the firelight, half expecting to see a flash of crimson. But there was nothing, only the black expanse of the forest. I ate quickly, then crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling up to my chin. Sleep did not come easily. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept thinking about that single bead of blood on my finger, the impossible way it had appeared. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy and unrest. The metallic tang was still in the air, though fainter in the daylight. I packed up my camp, determined to get back to the main trail and put as much distance as possible between myself and that creepy grove. But the forest had other plans. I spent the entire day trying to navigate my way out. Every path I took seemed to loop back on itself or dead end in a thicket. The compass was still unreliable, and the sun, hidden behind a persistent layer of cloud, offered no clear direction. And then slowly but surely, the crimson leaves started to reappear. At first, it was just a few trees here and there, splashes of unnatural red amongst the green. Then they became more frequent, forming small clusters, then larger groves. The silence returned, more profound and suffocating than before. No birds, no squirrels, not even the buzz of insects. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath. I knew, deep down, that I was no longer lost in the forest. I was lost to it. As I walked, my nerves frayed. I accidentally brushed my arm against a low-hanging crimson branch. This time, I felt the cold prickle more intensely. I stopped, pulling back my arm, and stared. A thin line of blood, about an inch long, began to seep from my forearm, just below the elbow. Again, no cut, no scratch, just blood oozing from the skin itself. It was a darker, richer red than the leaves, but unmistakably my own. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not an accident. This was not a fluke. These trees, they were doing something. I tried to wipe the blood away, but it kept coming, slowly at first, then thickening. It felt warm, then strangely cold against my skin. The metallic scent in the air was now overwhelming, and I realized it was my own blood, mixing with the pervasive smell of the forest. Panic gave way to a chilling sense of dread. I was not just bleeding. I felt a strange weakness spreading through my arm, a subtle drain of energy. I ripped a strip from my t-shirt and tied it tightly around my forearm, trying to staunch the flow. It worked, mostly, but the feeling of weakness lingered. I looked around, truly terrified now. The crimson trees were everywhere. They stretched into the distance, a sea of blood-red foliage, their leaves shimmering with an unnatural vibrancy. They seemed to pulse with a silent, malevolent energy. I started to run, stumbling over roots and rocks, my heart hammering against my ribs. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The trees seemed to close in, their branches reaching, the crimson leaves almost vibrating in my peripheral vision. I could feel the cold prickle on my exposed skin, even without direct contact, as if the air itself was now imbued with their touch. My breath hitched in my throat as I saw a small, dilapidated cabin, half hidden amongst the blood-red trees. Its wooden walls were dark with age and rot, and the roof had partially caved in. It looked abandoned, ancient, and utterly out of place. but it was shelter. A desperate, irrational hope surged through me. Maybe someone else had been here. Maybe there was a way out. Maybe a map, supplies, anything. I pushed open the creaking door, which hung precariously on a single hinge. The interior was dark, musty, and filled with a thick, cloying silence. A thin layer of dust covered everything. There was a crude table, a stool, and what looked like a cot in the corner. But what caught my eye, what made my blood run truly cold, was the wall. It was covered in scratches, carvings, and what looked like dried, dark streaks. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized the streaks were blood. And the carvings, they were not words, but symbols. Jagged lines, concentric circles, crude representations of trees, all etched into the wood, seemingly with a sharp object, and then smeared with blood. Below them, scrawled in what looked like frantic, desperate strokes, was a single, repeated phrase: they never fall. They never fall. They never fall. On the table, amidst a scattering of rodent droppings, lay a small, leather-bound journal. Its cover was cracked and worn, and it had clearly been here for a very long time. My hands trembling, I picked it up. The pages were brittle, yellowed, and many were stuck together with what I now recognized as dried blood. I opened it to a random page. The handwriting was shaky, almost illegible in places. It spoke of a man named Elias, a prospector from the late 1800s, who had stumbled upon this same grove. His initial entries were filled with wonder, describing the miraculous crimson forest. He wrote of trying to collect samples, of the strange bleeding that occurred when he touched the leaves, dismissing it as a peculiar allergy or a reaction to some unknown sap. But as the journal progressed, the tone grew darker, more frantic. Elias described getting lost, the compass failing, the way the forest seemed to shift around him. He wrote of feeling a constant drain, a weakness that made his limbs heavy. He tried to leave, but the crimson trees seemed to follow him, or perhaps he simply could not escape their pull. The blood, one entry read, "It does not heal right. It weeps. It weeps and weeps, and I feel it taking something more than just my lifeblood. My strength, my very self, it is being drawn out." Later entries were almost incoherent, filled with desperate prayers and terrifying observations. They want it all. They feed. The roots they pulse beneath, the earth. I can hear them, a silent thrumming, like a vast heart. And then, the last entry I could decipher, scrawled in thick, dark blood. Not ink the leaves, they are not leaves. They are mouths. And they are hungry. They never fall. They never let go. I am becoming part of their eternal crimson. I dropped the journal as if it were a live coal. Elias. This was his cabin, and he had not made it out. A sudden, intense wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision blurred, and the metallic scent in the air became so potent it felt like I was breathing liquid copper. My arm, where I had bled earlier, throbbed with a dull ache, and I could feel a fresh trickle of warmth down my skin. I looked down. The blood had started to seep through the makeshift bandage. It was not just my arm. I felt a strange, cold prickle across my chest, my legs, my face. I reached up and touched my cheek. My fingers came away stained with a thin smear of crimson. I was bleeding from everywhere. Not profusely, not gushing, but a slow, insidious weeping from countless tiny pores across my entire body, just like my finger, just like my arm. The crimson leaves outside the window seemed to glow with an intensified, malevolent light. They were watching me. I could feel it, a profound, ancient hunger emanating from them, from the roots beneath the cabin, from the very earth itself. I staggered to my feet, my legs like lead. I had to get out, even if it meant running blindly through the crimson forest. I could not stay here and become another Elias. I burst out of the cabin, gasping for breath, the metallic taste strong in my mouth. The forest outside seemed to have changed. The crimson trees were closer, their branches interwoven, forming a dense, impenetrable wall. The air was thick and heavy, and the silence was absolute, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed. I ran until the world tilted and spun around me. Every brush against a leaf, every accidental contact with a branch, sent fresh waves of blood oozing from my skin. My shirt, my pants, my hands, everything was stained crimson. I was leaving a trail of my own lifeblood on the mossy ground. I could feel my energy draining rapidly, terrifyingly. The weakness that Elias had described was consuming me. My vision flickered, and the trees seemed to sway, their brilliant red leaves blurring into a single pulsing mass. The metallic scent was now so strong it felt like I was drowning in it. I stumbled, falling hard onto the soft, blood-soaked earth. My head hit a gnarled root, sending a blinding flash of pain through me. I tried to push myself up, but my limbs would not obey. I was too weak, too drained. As I lay there helpless, the crimson leaves seemed to descend around me. They brushed against my face, my hands, my exposed skin. I could feel the cold prickle, the insidious drain, intensifying with every touch. It was not painful, but it was a horrifying violation, a feeling of my very essence being siphoned away. My eyes, heavy-lidded, focused on a single, perfect crimson leaf, dangling just inches from my face. It shimmered, almost alive, its surface like polished bloodstone. As I watched, a tiny, almost invisible tendril, as thin as a spider's silk, extended from its tip and touched my forehead. And then everything changed. It was not just blood being drawn. It was my thoughts, my memories, my very consciousness. I felt a pull, a gentle but irresistible suction, as if my mind was being drawn out through that tiny point of contact. Visions flooded my fading awareness vast, ancient roots spreading like a subterranean nervous system, the silent, patient growth of the crimson trees, countless other figures, fading and indistinct, lying beneath similar leaves, their life force slowly absorbed. I was not dying, not in the traditional sense. I was being integrated. My consciousness, my fear, my very being was flowing into the leaf, into the tree, into the vast, interconnected network of this ancient, terrible forest. I was becoming part of its eternal hunger, another silent scream woven into its crimson tapestry. My last thought, as the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of red, was of Sarah, my guilt over her death, the very reason I would sought solace in these woods. And then even that faded, replaced by a cold, quiet understanding. The crimson leaves never fall. They never let go. They are the mouths of something ancient, something that sleeps beneath the earth, and they are eternally, insatiably hungry. And now, I am one of them. I am the metallic scent in the air, the unsettling silence, the subtle prickle on the skin of any lost soul who wanders too close. I am the crimson forest, and I am forever listening, forever waiting, forever part of the horrifying, eternal truth, whispering to any who stumble into this forgotten wood. My eyes snapped open, a jolt of pure terror overriding the dull ache of my failing body. The deer fawn. It was still there, perfectly still, a pristine offering on the altar of ground down bone. No one had brought it. I knew. I had been alone, save for the whispers and the grotesque trees that ringed this crimson heart. My breath hitched, a ragged sound in my own ears. My body, a traitorous sieve, continued to weep crimson dew, a slow, viscous trickle from every pore. The malevolent red glow from the empty bone cradle pulsed, illuminating the fawn in a grotesque parody of life. Its fur, soft and dappled, seemed to absorb the light, turning it a deep, arterial red. Its eyes, wide and glassy, stared not at me, but at the empty space above the cradle, as if awaiting something, or mourning something. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of iron and something else, something sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit left to rot in the sun. It clung to the back of my throat, making me gag. I tried to push myself up, to crawl away from the fawn, from the cradle, from this entire hellish clearing, but my muscles screamed in protest. Each movement was a fresh betrayal, sending waves of nausea through me, blurring my vision. The ground, the fine white ash of ground down bone, felt cold and gritty against my cheek. Night had truly fallen now. The sky above was an inky canvas, devoid of stars, choked by the grasping, skeletal branches of the oozing trees. The whispers, which had been a low hum, began to intensify. They were not words, not yet. More like a chorus of dry leaves skittering across a vast, empty plain, or the faint scratching of 1,000 unseen claws against stone. They seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the very air, vibrating in my teeth, resonating deep within my own hollowed-out skull. This is not just a clearing. Elias's frantic scrawl echoed in my mind. It is a vast, hidden altar. An altar for what? The empty cradle, the crimson dew, the bone ash, the fawn, it all pointed to something ancient, something hungry. I forced myself to focus on Elias, on his warnings, desperate for a clue, a lifeline. His journal, filled with increasingly erratic entries, had been my only companion in these shifting woods. He had spoken of the woods changing, of pathways that led nowhere, of trees that bled, of the whispers that drove men mad. But there was something else, something he would scribbled in the margins, almost illegibly, as if in a terrible hurry. The woodsman's folly. I recalled, the words a cold knot in my gut. They say the forest itself calls to them, a whisper of gold in the dying light, a promise of glory, a beast unlike any other. The golden stag. The words were a chilling counterpoint to the growing cacophony of whispers. The golden stag. He would dedicated several pages to it, pages I would mostly skimmed, dismissing it as local folklore, a hunter's tale. But now, trapped and dying in this place, the legend took on a terrifying new weight. Elias had written Old Man Hemlock, a trapper, swore by it. Said he saw it once, a creature of pure light, antlers like polished brass, glowing from within. Said it was not flesh and blood, but something more. He tried to track it. Came back 3 days later, eyes hollow, speaking in tongues. Died a week after, screaming about golden eyes in the dark. Another entry, more recent, more desperate. The whispers are louder. They speak of the stag. They want me to see it. They promise power. They promise return. But I know what happens to those who follow. They never return. Not whole, anyway. Their screams, I hear them sometimes. Faint, carried on the wind, like the cries of gulls far out at sea, but sharper, more human. And they always come from deeper, within the woods. From there. There. He meant this place, did not he? This crimson heart, this altar of bone. As if on cue, a new sound cut through the dry, rustling whispers. It was distant, barely perceptible at first, a faint, high-pitched wail. It grew slowly, steadily, evolving into a ragged, guttural shriek that scraped at the inside of my ears. It was unmistakably human. A man's scream, full of agony and terror, cut short by a wet, sickening crunch. My blood ran cold, or what little blood was left in my body. Elias was not just talking about old legends. People were still being drawn here, still screaming. The fawn on the altar remained perfectly still, a macabre centerpiece. Its presence here was a riddle I could not solve, but it felt significant. An offering, a harbinger. The whispers intensified further, no longer just a rustle, but a murmur. I could almost make out words, just beyond the grasp of understanding, like trying to catch smoke. They swirled around me, pressing in, heavy and suffocating. Then, I saw it. Or, rather, I saw its light. Far off, through the skeletal branches of the oozing trees, a soft, ethereal glow began to pulse. It was a warm, inviting gold, a stark contrast to the malevolent red of the cradle and the sickly crimson dew. It pulsed once, twice, then steadied, growing brighter, casting long, dancing shadows through the tortured woods. The whispers around me abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound, suffocating silence. Even the oozing trees seemed to hold their breath. The red glow from the bone cradle dimmed slightly, as if intimidated by this new light. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, dying bird. The golden stag. It was not a myth. It was not a legend. It was real. And it was coming. The golden light moved, slowly, deliberately, weaving between the dark trunks. It was not a reflection of the moon, for there was no moon. It was self-luminous, a living beacon in the absolute darkness of the forest. My mind, already frayed by pain and fear, struggled to process the sheer impossibility of it. As it drew closer, the outlines began to resolve. It was indeed a stag, impossibly large, its form shimmering with an inner radiance. Its antlers, massive and intricate, branched like ancient trees, each tine glowing with an intense, pure gold. Its fur, where I could discern it beneath the light, seemed to be spun from spun gold thread, catching and refracting its own luminescence. Its eyes, even from this distance, they burned with a steady, intelligent fire, a golden gaze that seemed to pierce through the darkness, through the trees, through my very soul. It moved with an eerie grace, its hooves making no sound on the forest floor, its golden light illuminating the grotesque, crimson oozing trees, turning their bleeding bark into something even more horrifying, like fresh wounds under a spotlight. The fawn on the altar, which had been so still, now trembled. A faint, almost imperceptible shiver ran through its small body. Its glassy eyes, still fixed on the empty space above the cradle, seemed to widen even further, if that were possible. The stag stopped at the edge of the clearing, perhaps 50 yards away. Its head was held high, its magnificent antlers piercing the black sky. It simply stood there, a silent, golden sentinel, watching the altar, watching the cradle, watching me. A fresh wave of crimson dew wept from my pores, hot and stinging. My vision flickered at the edges, the world threatening to dissolve into a hazy, painful mess. But I could not look away from the stag. It was beautiful in a terrifying, unnatural way, a creature that defied all logic, all biology. It was a living myth, and I was caught in its orbit. The whispers began again, but this time they were different. They were no longer a chaotic rustle. They were softer, more focused, and they seemed to emanate directly from the golden stag itself, or perhaps were drawn to it. And this time, I could almost understand them. They spoke of hunger, of ancient rites, of the land, of return. The stag took a step, then another, slowly entering the clearing. Each silent step brought it closer to the altar, closer to the fawn, closer to the bone cradle, and closer to me. As it moved, I noticed something else. The crimson dew that oozed from the trees, the dew that coated my own skin, began to pulse faintly, mirroring the rhythm of the stag's own golden glow. It was as if the very essence of this place, this bleeding forest, was reacting to the stag, acknowledging its presence, its power. My mind, despite the pain and fear, raced. Elias's journal, the woodsman's folly, hunters who chase it never return. Their screams. I remembered the scream I would just heard, the sickening crunch. Was the stag the hunter or the hunted, or something else entirely? It reached the edge of the altar, its golden light washing over the fine white ash. The fawn, now visibly trembling, let out a tiny, almost inaudible whimper. The stag lowered its magnificent head, its golden eyes fixing on the fawn. There was no malice in its gaze, no hunger in the way a predator eyes its prey. It was something deeper, something ancient and sorrowful. Then, the whispers became clearer, coalescing into fragmented words, echoing in my mind as if spoken directly into my thoughts. The offering is small. The words were not spoken aloud, yet they resonated with a chilling clarity. They were not from one voice, but many, a chorus of dry, ancient whispers. The stag raised its head again, its golden gaze sweeping over the altar, over the bone cradle, and finally settling on me. My blood ran cold. I was the larger offering. The knowledge hit me with the force of a physical blow. The haunting melody that had lured me here, the crimson dew, the dying trees, the bone ash, the empty cradle, it was all part of a grand, terrible design. I was not just trapped, I was being prepared. The fawn let out another whimper, a piteous sound that cut through the silence. The stag took another step, then another, until it stood directly over the fawn, its golden light enveloping the small creature. The fawn's trembling subsided. Its eyes, still wide and glassy, seemed to reflect the stag's golden glow, turning them into twin pools of liquid light. Then, with an unnerving slowness, the stag nudged the fawn with its glowing nose. The small deer, without a sound, without a struggle, simply dissolved. Not into blood or gore, but into motes of golden dust that shimmered for a moment in the air, then drifted down onto the bone ash, merging with the white surface. It was as if the fawn had never been flesh and blood, but merely a construct of light, now returned to its source. My breath caught in my throat. This was no ordinary animal. This was something primordial, something that transcended life and death as I understood it. The fawn was not an offering to the stag, but an offering from it. Or perhaps merely a part of it returned. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, now almost coherent. The hunger grows. The cradle waits. The stag turned its golden head, its eyes now fixed on the empty bone cradle. It took a slow, deliberate step towards it. The red glow from the cradle intensified, pulsing in time with the stag's approach, as if in anticipation or perhaps in fear. The stag reached the cradle, its massive antlers almost touching the ancient, bone-wrought structure. It lowered its head once more, and a soft, mournful sound, like wind chimes made of glass, emanated from it. It was not a roar or a bellow, but a lament, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the ground, through my bones. And then the whispers filled my mind, no longer fragmented, but a singular, horrifying truth. She was taken. The forest weeps. The heart bleeds. And the stag, it seeks to mend the broken form, to bring back what was lost, with offerings, with life, with you. The stag lifted its head, its golden eyes locking with mine. There was no anger, no malice, only an ancient, profound sorrow. But beneath that sorrow, I saw something else, a relentless, terrible determination, a need that transcended everything. My body continued its slow, agonizing betrayal, the crimson dew now flowing more freely, pooling beneath me on the bone ash. The whispers were a constant roar in my head now, 1,000 voices speaking as one. The woodsman's folly. They chase the gold. They become the offering. Their screams, they feed the trees. They feed the soil. They feed the return. I understood now. The screams Elias heard, the ones I would just heard. The hunters who never returned. They were not just dying. They were being consumed. Their very essence absorbed by this place, by the trees, by the altar, by the stag, all to fuel this ancient, terrible ritual. To bring back whatever she was, whatever had been lost, whatever the empty bone cradle waited for. The stag moved away from the cradle, its golden gaze never leaving me. It began to circle the altar slowly, majestically, its light illuminating the grotesque trees, turning their bleeding bark into a vibrant, horrifying crimson. The crimson dew oozing from my own body seemed to quicken its flow, drawn by the stag's proximity, by its consuming light. As it circled, the whispers grew louder still, becoming a cacophony of pleas, of demands, of ancient sorrows. They spoke of a child, of a queen, of a forest's heart ripped out. They spoke of a promise broken and a desperate, eternal quest to restore it. My vision began to tunnel, the edges of the clearing darkening, closing in. The world was shrinking to the golden light of the stag, the malevolent red of the cradle. and the horrifying realization that I was merely the next ingredient in this terrible recipe. The stag stopped its circling, standing directly before me. Its golden eyes burned with an intensity that threatened to consume me whole. It lowered its head, its magnificent antlers, each glowing tine a miniature sun, coming impossibly close to my face. I could feel the heat radiating from them, a cleansing yet terrifying warmth. The whispers reached a crescendo, 1,000 voices screaming in my mind. The cycle continues. The heart demands. The stag provides. And the lost will return. A final, desperate surge of adrenaline coursed through my failing body. I tried to scream, to push away, to fight, but no sound escaped my lips. My muscles, already weakened, gave out entirely. My head lolled to the side, my cheek pressing against the cold, gritty bone ash. The last thing I saw was the golden light of the stag, impossibly bright, impossibly beautiful, as it leaned in. Its glowing muzzle touched my forehead, a touch that was both gentle and utterly consuming. And as its light enveloped me, I felt a strange sensation. Not pain, not exactly. More like a slow, inexorable draining. A quiet unraveling. My body, already weeping crimson dew, now began to shimmer the way the fawn had. The crimson dew itself seemed to turn golden, evaporating into luminous motes that drifted upwards, drawn toward the stag, toward the cradle, towards the bleeding trees. I heard no scream for myself, only the whispers, now a triumphant roar, echoing in the vast, hidden altar, and in the distance, carried on the wind. I thought I heard another scream, faint, human, and full of terror. Another hunter, drawn by the call of the golden light. Another offering for the crimson heart. The cycle, as the whispers had promised, continued. And I, like all the others, had simply become a part of the forest, a part of its terrible, ancient hunger. The golden stag, silent and sorrowful, watched over its altar, waiting for the lost to return. And the empty cradle, it still waited. Always. The sickening thump, thump, thump of the flat tire was the final nail in my sanity's coffin. It was not just a flat tire, it was a declaration. The world, or whatever malevolent force was orchestrating my personal hell, had decided I was not going anywhere. I would drop the wrench, the cold metal clanging against the damp earth, my hands trembling too violently to even attempt to pick it back up. My blood, what felt like the last drops of it, had run cold. The dolls. God, the dolls. Their button eyes, their stitched mouths, the way one had devoured another with that wet, horrendous schlorp. That memory, a fresh wound in my mind, was now interwoven with a new, equally visceral terror of the howls. They were no longer just a mournful wind. They were distinct now, distorted human voices screaming in agony and despair, interwoven with primal, animalistic cries. It was a chorus of the damned, and it was all around me, pushing in, pressing down. This was not just a wind. This was a collector. It gathered those who followed it, absorbing their final screams, their last breaths, their very essence. The man from the pickup truck, the tattered road map with the howling scrawled on it, he knew. He would follow, just like me, and now he was part of the chorus. And I was next. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. My SUV, once my sanctuary, was now a trap, a metal sarcophagus waiting for the howls to consume it, and me along with it. The air vibrated with the raw, guttural sorrow, the sheer, unadulterated terror of 1,000 lost souls. I could almost feel their spectral hands reaching for me, beckoning me to join their eternal lament. I could not stay. My explorer spirit, long since evaporated, was replaced by a desperate, animalistic urge to flee. But where? The howls were everywhere, yet they seemed to emanate from a specific direction, a deep, dark pull deeper into the Pacific Northwest wilderness. It was a siren song of despair, a promise of oblivion. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. The spare tire was useless now. Even if I could somehow force my shaking hands to change it, the howls were too close, too personal. They were no longer a distant threat, they were right here, breathing down my neck. I had to move. I had to get away from the immediate radius of this sonic assault, even if it meant plunging deeper into the unknown. I fumbled for my backpack, my fingers clumsy with terror. Flashlight, water bottle, a granola bar. My phone, a useless brick with no signal, but its flashlight still worked. That was it. No weapon, no map, just me and my failing sanity. I slung the pack over my shoulder, the straps digging into my flesh. Taking one last, desperate look at the SUV, its dark silhouette swallowed by the oppressive darkness. I slammed the door shut. The sound was swallowed by the howls. I turned and plunged into the woods, not towards the direction the howls seemed to be calling me, but perpendicular to it, a desperate, futile attempt to escape the invisible net tightening around me. The trees were a solid wall of black, their branches clawing at the ink-dark sky. The air, already thick with the howls, grew heavy with the smell of damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers or overripe fruit, but with a metallic tang. It was the scent of death. I realized with a jolt, or something close to it. Every rustle of leaves was a whisper, every snapping twig a phantom step behind me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the symphony of the damned. I pushed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my clothes snagging on thorns. I was not running away from the howls, I was running from them. It was a subtle but important distinction. I was not escaping, I was merely delaying the inevitable. The howls did not recede. They followed. They were everywhere. It was as if the very air itself was alive with tormented voices, closing in, hurting me. I fought against the impulse to follow, to give in to the morbid curiosity that gnawed at the edges of my terror. But the fear of being consumed, of becoming another voice in that wretched chorus, propelled me forward, deeper into the unknown, deeper into the dark heart of the wilderness. I stumbled, my ankle twisting on an unseen root, sending a jolt of pain up my leg. I bit back a cry, afraid to make any noise beyond my ragged breathing. The flashlight beam danced wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of moss-covered trees, gnarled roots, and the occasional pale, ghostly glimmer of a mushroom. Then, I saw it, a flash of something unnatural. I stopped, heart pounding, and swung my flashlight back. It was a tattered piece of fabric, caught on a low branch. A faded plaid shirt, ripped and stained. It looked like it had been there for a long time, weathered by the elements, but also shredded. Like something had torn it apart. My breath hitched. The man from the pickup truck. Had he come this way? Had he tried to escape, just like me? Or was this a marker? A breadcrumb trail for the collector, leading its prey directly to its lair. The thought was chilling. The wind, the collector, played tricks on my mind. It was not just howls now. I heard my name, whispered on the breeze, so faint I almost dismissed it as my imagination. But then it came again, clearer this time. Alex, Alex, a woman's voice, soft and mournful. Then a child's whimpering. Mama, I am scared. My blood ran cold. This was not just a generic chorus. It was targeted. It was personal. It knew me. It was trying to break me, to lure me, to convince me that joining them would be an end to my terror. But I knew better. It would be the beginning of an eternal one. I pressed on, ignoring the whispers, ignoring the pain in my ankle, ignoring the growing exhaustion. The ground became uneven, sloping downwards. The sickly sweet smell intensified, now almost cloying, making my stomach churn. The air grew colder, a damp, penetrating chill that seeped into my bones, despite my frantic movement. Suddenly, the trees thinned. I broke through a final curtain of dense foliage, stumbling forward, my flashlight beam cutting a swathe through the inky blackness. And then, I froze. Before me yawned a chasm, impossibly deep, its bottom lost in shadow. And spanning that chasm, an impossible, grotesque construction. It was a bridge, but not just any bridge. This was a bridge made entirely of bones. My flashlight beam, trembling in my hand, swept across its horrifying expanse. It was not just a few bones haphazardly placed. This was an architectural nightmare, a monument to the macabre. Skulls, bleached white and hollow-eyed, formed the archways, their silent screams frozen in time. Ribs curving and delicate, interlaced to create the railings, their hollow cages rattling faintly in the wind. Femurs, thick and strong, served as the main supports, drilled and fused together with some dark, unseen force. And the decking was a mosaic of vertebrae, scapulae, pelvic bones, countless smaller fragments, all fused, calcified, ancient, yet somehow horrifyingly fresh and disturbing. The color of the bridge was a ghastly spectrum of white, yellowed bone, stained with ancient grime, and here and there, streaks of dried, dark blood, like grotesque brushstrokes from some mad artist. The texture was a horrifying mix, smooth and polished in places, porous and crumbling in others, jagged where breaks had occurred. A low, resonant hum emanated from the bridge, a sound created by the wind whistling through the hollow cavities of countless bones. It was a mournful, ethereal music, a symphony of the dead. And the smell, that sickly sweet smell from the woods, now stronger, overwhelming, a potent blend of decay, ozone, and something else, something metallic and utterly wrong. It was the scent of a charnel house, a vast tomb, and a place of immense suffering. The howls from the collector wind reached a crescendo here, seeming to emanate directly from the bridge itself. It was the destination. This was where the collected went. This was where their physical remains, too, were absorbed, becoming part of this grotesque monument. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. The bridge was built of the ones who had followed, the ones whose screams had been absorbed, their bodies fashioned into this horrifying pathway. I stumbled back, a choked gasp escaping my lips, my mind reeling. This could not be real. This had to be a hallucination, a nightmare brought on by exhaustion and terror. But the cold, hard reality of the bones, the overwhelming stench, the chilling hum, it was all too real. I was faced with an impossible choice, a terrifying dilemma born from the depths of my shattered sanity. Turn back. The wind, the collector, was behind me, closing in, its whispers growing bolder, its howls more insistent. The dolls, with their button eyes and their hunger, were still a fresh, festering memory. There was no safe back. Stay here. Be consumed by the collector, my own screams added to the chorus, my bones destined to become another vertebra in this monstrous bridge. The thought was unbearable. To become a part of that. Cross the bridge. It was terrifying, clearly a trap, a pathway to an even deeper horror. But it was the only way forward, the only path away from the immediate, overwhelming threat of the collector wind. My mind, frayed and desperate, latched onto a sliver of irrational hope. Maybe, just maybe, crossing it would break the spell, take me out of the collector's immediate reach. It was a desperate gamble, but I had no other options. I scanned the other side of the chasm, my flashlight beam dancing across the dark, unyielding rock face. There was nothing, no discernible path, no sign of escape, only more darkness. But it was the absence of the immediate, oppressive darkness of the collector that drew me. A glimmer of escape, however faint, however false. My internal struggle was a maelstrom of fear and resignation. My body screamed at me to run, to hide, to do anything but step onto that unholy structure. But my mind, pushed to its absolute limit, saw no alternative. It was a leap of faith into the abyss, a desperate attempt to outrun my fate. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the air thick with the smell of death. My stomach churned, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I gripped my flashlight tighter, the plastic slick with sweat. Steeling myself, I took a tentative step forward, my boot hovering over the first bone deck plank. The moment my weight settled, the bridge groaned. Not a metallic groan, but an organic, sickening creak, like old dry wood or something far worse. The bones shifted beneath my boot, a faint, grinding sound that sent shivers down my spine. My first step was a sensory assault. The clicking, scraping, and shifting of bones underfoot was amplified in the oppressive silence that followed the initial groan. The wind, still whistling through eye sockets and rib cages, now created a chorus of low moans and whispers that sounded insidious and chilling. The howls from the collector intensified, no longer a general cacophony, but becoming more specific, individual, as if each bone beneath me held a distinct, tormented voice. My flashlight beam, now a frantic strobe in my trembling hand, illuminated the grotesque details up close. Empty eye sockets stared up at me, silent screams frozen in the calcified faces of skulls. I saw the sheer number of bones, the impossible scale of the horror, the meticulous, terrifying construction of this death trap. Each step was a desecration, a violation. I stumbled, my hand instinctively reaching out to steady myself, landing squarely on a skull. The cold, hard, slightly porous feel of the bone, the hollow space of a nasal cavity beneath my fingertips, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I snatched my hand back as if burned, my skin crawling. The smell was overwhelming, now decay, that sickly sweetness, and a potent metallic tang like old dried blood. It clung to me, permeated my clothes, filled my lungs with its putrid essence. Then, the spirits began to stir within the bridge. It was not just the wind anymore. Whispers, distinct and chilling, brushed against my ear. Help us, a child voice, so close I flinched, spinning around. But there was nothing there. Only the endless, bone-laden expanse of the bridge. Faint, translucent figures began to coalesce in the periphery of my vision. They formed from the mist and shadow that clung to the chasm, shimmering outlines of human forms, their features indistinct, but their agony palpable. They were not reaching for me, not yet, but they were watching, their silent gazes filled with an ancient sorrow. The bones themselves seemed to move subtly. Not a large, visible shift, but a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, as if the entire structure was breathing or awakening. I imagined the myriad joints and sutures groaning, the calcified marrow stirring. The howls now became coherent words, overlapping and intertwining into a cacophony of agony and warning. Help us, a chorus of voices cried. Do not leave, pleaded another. Join us, whispered a chilling, seductive voice. And then, the most terrifying of all, he comes for you too. My heart pounded, so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My legs, leaden with fear, somehow found the strength to move faster. I started to run, stumbling, my boots sliding on the slick, uneven bone surface. Adrenaline coursed through me, a bitter, metallic taste in my mouth, overriding the pain, overriding the nausea. The bridge seemed to stretch endlessly before me, the other side receding with each frantic step. The spirits grew bolder, their translucent forms solidifying, reaching out with spectral hands, their voices overlapping into an unbearable symphony of despair. I felt a cold touch on my arm, a fleeting pressure that sent a shock wave of ice through my veins. In the flickering beam of my flashlight, I saw faces, not just generic skulls, but distinct, recognizable features in the calcified bone. A man with a prominent jawline, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. Could it be the man from the pickup truck? A woman, her eye sockets wide with terror. A tiny infant skull, its delicate structure horrifyingly prominent. This was not just a bridge of bones, it was a gallery of the damned, a personalized horror show. This was personal. These were individuals, each with a story, each a victim of the collector. I did not scream. I could not. All my energy was focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on escaping this nightmare. The air grew thick with the press of unseen bodies, the chill of their spectral presence. I felt their breath on my neck, their desperate pleas echoing in my ears, threatening to shatter my last vestiges of sanity. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the texture beneath my feet changed. It was no longer the uneven, shifting horror of bone, but solid earth. I stumbled off the bridge, collapsing onto the ground on the other side, gasping, retching, my body racked with tremors. The damp earth felt like a blessed relief against my burning skin. The immediate, physical presence of the spirits receded slightly, a faint echo of their torment remaining. The howls from the collector also seemed to recede, as if its primary goal was to get me onto the bridge, or perhaps it could not cross this unholy threshold itself. I lay there for a long moment, my chest heaving, trying to regain some semblance of control over my ravaged body and mind. Then, slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I turned, my flashlight beam sweeping back toward the chasm. The bridge of bones stood in the darkness, a stark, horrifying silhouette against the deeper black. It seemed to pulse with a faint, malevolent light, a sickly green glow that shimmered and faded. Or perhaps it was just my traumatized imagination, painting fresh horrors onto the canvas of my terror. But something else was different. The whispers, the faint moans, the chilling touch, they were not coming from the bridge anymore. They were coming from around me. The spirits of the bridge were awake, and they were with me. They were no longer bound to the bridge, anchored to their bony prison. They were bound by my crossing, by my unwitting act of disturbing their eternal rest. I had unleashed them. I had become their conduit, their beacon. The realization was a fresh wave of despair. I had escaped one horror only to unleash another. I was not safe. I would never be safe again. The whispers, now distinct and chillingly close, followed me as I started to run, blindly, desperately, into the unknown. He comes for you too. You are like us now. You brought us out. The voices were at my heels, a chorus of spectral companions, their lamentations forever etched into my mind. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed, until the world blurred into a kaleidoscope of fear and exhaustion. The dolls, the collector, the bridge, they had all led me to this. I was irrevocably changed, a haunted man, carrying the burden of the dead. And the terror remained. The collector was still out there, its howls a distant, mournful promise of my eventual demise, waiting for me to falter, to become another bone in its endless, horrifying collection. And now, I had an entourage of the damned to keep me company until that day came. The last thing I clearly remember is the soul-crushing terror of those black, empty eyes. Hiding, I saw a man's shriveled husk at the ancient stone circle, knowing I was next. My explorer's spirit vanished, replaced by a primal, desperate urge to simply survive. How I escaped is a blur scrambling through thorns, the metallic scent, and a horrifying, wet-tearing sound that still haunts me. I just ran, my lungs burning, until I collapsed deep in the woods. After that, days bled into nights. I drove west, away from the chill those eyes had left in my bones, away from the memory of that unholy ritual. My old life, chasing legends, was dead, buried under fear and paranoia. My beat-up SUV became my only sanctuary, packed with what few untainted possessions I had. My old maps and hiking gear felt poisoned. The thrill of discovery now brought only nausea. I just needed to be away from everything, from people, from history, from the depths of depravity. I ended up in a forgotten corner of the Pacific Northwest, driving winding roads through ancient, dense forests. The clean, pine-scented air was a stark contrast to the metallic tang I would fled. The towering trees felt both comforting and intimidating, a place where I could disappear. Now, as dusk bleeds purple and orange into the sky, I am thoroughly lost. My phone died hours ago, my map is useless, and I have taken a wrong turn onto a barely there road, deep in the wilderness. The branches scrape my roof, and isolation is all I have left. The sun, a fiery ember, finally dipped below the horizon, taking with it the last vestiges of comfort. The world outside my dusty windshield was rapidly dissolving into shades of deep indigo and oppressive black. My headlights, weak and yellow, cut pathetic tunnels through the encroaching darkness, illuminating nothing but a never-ending wall of ancient firs and cedars. The road beneath my tires had long since stopped being anything you would call paved. It was more of a suggestion, a faint memory of a path carved out by logging trucks decades ago, now reclaimed by roots and gravel. Every few minutes, a branch thick and gnarled would scrape against the roof of my SUV with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, making me flinch. My heart was already a frantic drum in my chest, a constant reminder of the fear that had been my shadow for weeks. I kept muttering to myself, a low, desperate litany of just keep going, as if the words themselves could clear a path. My throat was dry, not just from dehydration, but from the tightness that had settled there since then. Since those eyes, since the ritual, I could still taste a metallic tang in the back of my mouth, a phantom echo of the blood that had soaked the earth, even amidst the overwhelming scent of pine and damp earth. My paranoia, my constant companion, was reaching a fever pitch. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every rustle in the undergrowth sounded like heavy footsteps. I would glance at my rear-view mirror, half expecting to see those black, empty eyes reflected back, or the gaunt, shriveled face of the man from the circle. It was irrational. I knew. I was hundreds, maybe thousands of miles away. But fear is not rational. It is a gut feeling, a cold dread that sinks its teeth in and refuses to let go. The engine of my old SUV sputtered, coughed, and then seemed to catch its breath, rumbling on. I clutched the steering wheel, knuckles white. This car, this beat-up sanctuary, was the only thing keeping me from the darkness outside. If it died now, out here, I did not even want to think about it. Just when I thought the road could not get any worse, it did. It narrowed further, the trees pressing in so close that their branches interlaced overhead, forming a dense canopy that blocked out the last sliver of twilight sky. It was like driving into a tunnel of living wood. The air grew colder, heavier, and the scent of damp earth was suddenly tinged with something else, something subtle and unsettling. Not metallic, not exactly. More like old fabric. Musty. I slowed to a crawl, the SUV bumping over unseen obstacles. My headlights, now effectively useless in the oppressive gloom, were swallowed by the shadows. I strained my eyes, trying to make out anything ahead, anything that was not just more trees. And then I saw it, or rather, I felt it. A shift in the atmosphere, a break in the relentless wall of forest. The trees ahead seemed to recede slightly, creating an opening, a clearing of sorts. And in that clearing, something unnatural. A faint, almost imperceptible glow. Curiosity, that old poisoned explorer's spirit, warred with a primal terror that screamed at me to turn back. But turning back meant navigating this nightmare road in reverse, in complete darkness, with no idea where I was going. Forward, at least, offered the illusion of progress, of finding something. Maybe a cabin, an old logging camp, anything with a human presence. Or, at least, a place to turn around. I edged the SUV forward, the tires crunching on loose gravel. The faint glow resolved itself into nothing. No cabin lights, no campfire. Just a peculiar emptiness. My headlights pierced the veil of trees, illuminating a small, circular clearing. And that is when I saw them. At first, I thought it was some kind of bizarre, macabre art installation. Or maybe a forgotten Halloween prank, left out for years. But the longer I stared, the more my blood ran cold. They were dolls. Hundreds of them. Thousands. hanging from every single branch of every single tree in that clearing. They dangled like morbid fruit, swaying gently in a non-existent breeze. Some were tiny, no bigger than my thumb, made of crudely stitched cloth. Others were larger, porcelain faces cracked and grimy, their painted eyes staring blankly. There were rag dolls with button eyes, wooden dolls with chip paint, plastic dolls with tangled hair, even what looked like old baby dolls. Their limbs askew, their clothes rotted. They were all shapes, all sizes, all materials, but they shared a common thread, an unsettling uniformity in their disrepair. Their clothes were faded, torn, and often missing. Their bodies were stained, some with what looked suspiciously like dried mud, others with darker, more ambiguous splotches. Many were missing limbs, heads, or had gaping holes where their stuffing should be. My stomach churned. This was not a prank. This was something else. Something deeply, profoundly wrong. The air in the clearing felt thick, heavy, as if saturated with the dust of forgotten childhoods and something far more sinister. The faint, musty smell I would noticed earlier was much stronger here, a cloying scent of old fabric and decay, mingled with something else I could not quite place. Something sharp, almost metallic, like old blood. My breath hitched. The metallic tang. It was back, stronger than ever. I slammed on the brakes, the SUV skidding slightly on the loose gravel. My heart was pounding, so hard I thought it would burst through my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to reverse, to get out, to flee this place as fast as my wheels could carry me. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the grotesque spectacle, my eyes darting from one hanging effigy to another. They hung everywhere. From the lowest branches I could almost touch, to the highest boughs, barely visible in the gloom. They created a grotesque canopy, a forest of the damned, each doll a silent, watchful sentinel. What the hell is this? I whispered, my voice hoarse. It was a stupid question. There was no answer, no logical explanation that could possibly make sense of this. I gripped the steering wheel, so tightly my hands ached. My eyes, still scanning the macabre grove, started to play tricks on me. Or maybe they were not tricks. I focused on a particular doll, a small porcelain one with a cracked face and one glass eye missing. It hung directly in front of my windshield, swaying ever so slightly. As I stared, I could have sworn its remaining eye, a dull blue, seemed to shift. Just a fraction of an inch. A tiny, almost imperceptible movement that felt entirely too deliberate. My breath caught in my throat. No, it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Paranoia, the stress, the lack of sleep. I blinked hard and looked again. The eye was still staring straight ahead, vacant. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, maybe, or the vibration of the car engine. But there was no wind. The air was still heavy, and my engine was barely idling. I forced myself to look away, scanning the other dolls. There were so many, too many. Every single one of them seemed to have a story, a silent accusation in their torn limbs and vacant stares. Some had crude, stitched-on smiles, others seemed to frown. Many had no discernible expression at all, just blank, painted features. Then I saw another one, a large rag doll, its head stitched awkwardly onto its body, its button eyes black and staring. It hung from a branch to my left, just outside the reach of my headlights. As I turned my head, following its form, I felt a prickle of dread crawl up my spine. Its button eyes seemed to follow me. No, impossible. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs of fear. This was just a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. I was sleep-deprived, traumatized, and lost in the middle of nowhere. My mind was fragile. It had to be, but the feeling persisted. That doll, its black button eyes, seemed to be tracking my movements. Not just that one. Now, as I slowly turned my head, my gaze sweeping across the clearing, it felt like all of them were watching me. Hundreds, Thousands of vacant, painted or button eyes, all fixed on my SUV, on me. The black, empty eyes. The memory hit me like a physical blow, a cold wave washing over me. Those eyes from the ritual, the ones that had drained the life from that man, that had promised the same fate for me. These dolls, with their lifeless, staring gazes, were a grotesque parody of that primal terror. A shiver ran down my spine, cold and deep. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel. I suddenly felt vulnerable, exposed, trapped in a glass cage, surrounded by an audience of silent, unblinking observers. This is insane, I whispered, trying to reassure myself, but my voice was barely audible, thin and reedy. I had to get out of here. Now. I reached for the gear stick, my fingers fumbling. Reverse. Just reverse. Get out of this nightmare. But as I looked in my rear view mirror, my heart leaped into my throat. A doll. A large, crudely made doll, its face a patchwork of stained cloth, its eyes two mismatched buttons, one black, one white. It was hanging from a branch directly behind my SUV, almost pressed against the back window. It had not been there a moment ago. I was sure of it. I had checked my mirrors constantly, a habit born of paranoia. This doll was new, and its button eyes, the black one and the white one, were staring directly into my own reflection. My blood ran cold. This was not imagination. This was not a trick of the light. This was real. I let out a choked cry, slamming the SUV into reverse without thinking. The tires spun, spraying gravel, and the car lurched backward. I did not care about the road, about hitting a tree. I just needed to put distance between myself and that doll, between myself and this entire horrifying grove. But as I looked forward again, my headlights illuminating the path, I saw them. More dolls. They had not just been in the clearing. They lined the path leading out, hanging from the branches that scraped my roof, forming an archway of silent, staring sentinels. And as I drove, slowly at first, then faster, my foot heavy on the gas, I swear I saw them move. Not just their eyes, but their heads, their entire bodies. They swung, not with the gentle sway of a breeze, but with a deliberate, synchronized motion, their heads turning, tracking my progress. The sound of branches scraping against my roof intensified, but now it sounded different. Less like wood on metal, more like whispers. A multitude of dry, rustling whispers, like countless voices murmuring just outside the glass, just beyond the edge of hearing. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. This was it. This was worse than the ritual. At least there, the terror had been upfront, brutal. Here it was insidious, creeping, a slow-motion descent into madness. I pressed the gas pedal harder, the old engine groaning in protest. The SUV bounced violently over rocks and roots, but I barely registered it. My eyes were fixed on the path ahead, on the endless parade of hanging dolls, their eyes locked onto me. I could feel their gaze, a palpable weight pressing down on me, suffocating me. It was like those black, empty eyes from the stone circle, but multiplied 1,000-fold. Each doll was a tiny, soulless void, and together, they formed an ocean of malevolence. Suddenly, a sickening thud against my windshield. I cried out, swerving instinctively. My headlights caught a brief glimpse of something small and dark bouncing off the glass. A doll. One of the smaller ones, made of dark, matted cloth. It had fallen from a branch directly above and hit my car. I slammed on the brakes again, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stared at the spot where it had hit, expecting to see it lying on the hood or on the ground. But there was nothing. The doll was gone. My breath hitched. Had it just vanished? Or had it never been there at all? Was I finally losing my mind? No. I felt the impact. I saw it. I looked up through the windshield into the canopy of hanging dolls. And that is when I noticed it. One of the dolls, a larger one with a crudely painted smile and bright red yarn hair, was hanging directly above where the other one had fallen. And in its stitched-on hands, which had previously been empty, it was now holding something small and dark. It was the doll that had hit my windshield. My blood ran cold. The doll had caught it. It had caught its falling companion. And as I stared, transfixed by this impossible sight, the doll with the red yarn hair slowly, deliberately, lifted the smaller doll to its face. And it brought it to what I could only describe as its mouth, a stitched seam that now seemed to stretch into a horrifying, silent grin. A horrifying, wet tearing sound. The metallic scent in the air intensified, suddenly overpowering the pine and damp earth. It was sharp, acrid, like fresh blood. My mind reeled, flashing back to the stone circle. The man's shriveled husk, the wet tearing sound, the metallic scent. It was all here again. It was happening again. The dolls were not just watching. They were feeding, or performing some grotesque ritual of their own. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound torn from the deepest part of my gut. My foot slammed down on the accelerator, not caring where I was going, only that I had to get away. The SUV roared to life, tires spinning, throwing up a spray of gravel and dirt. I tore through the grove, the branches whipping against the car, the dolls swaying violently, their heads snapping in my direction. The whispers outside the car grew louder, a cacophony of dry, rustling sounds that seemed to coalesce into a single droning hum. I did not dare look in my rearview mirror. I just kept driving, my eyes glued to the tunnel of trees ahead, praying for an end to this nightmare. The road twisted and turned, and I took every corner too fast, the SUV skidding, threatening to lose control. But I could not stop. I would not. Suddenly, the trees thinned. The oppressive canopy gave way to a sliver of dark sky, and then a wider expanse. I was out. I had made it out of the grove. My breath came in ragged gasps, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. I glanced at my rearview mirror, expecting to see the doll-filled grove receding into the distance. But there was nothing. No grove. Just more dense forest, stretching on endlessly. The road behind me was just a winding dirt path, indistinguishable from the one I was currently on. It was as if the doll grove had vanished, or never existed at all. I slammed on the brakes, the SUV skidding to a halt. My heart was still pounding, but a new kind of fear was settling in. A cold, creeping dread that was far worse than the immediate terror. Had I imagined it all? Was I truly losing my mind? Was the trauma from the ritual finally breaking me? I gripped the steering wheel, trying to steady my shaking hands. My eyes darted around the interior of the SUV, searching for something, anything, to ground me in reality. And then I saw it. On the passenger seat, nestled amongst my few untainted possessions, was a small, dark object. It was a doll. A small, crudely made doll, its body a dark, matted cloth. Its head was stitched awkwardly, and its eyes were two mismatched buttons, one black, one white. It was the doll that had hit my windshield, the one that had vanished. It was sitting there, upright, its button eyes, the black one and the white one, staring directly at me. And as I stared back, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole my breath, I could have sworn I saw the black button I slowly, deliberately blink. Then, a faint, dry rustling sound came from the back seat. I did not dare turn around. I could not. My eyes were fixed on the doll on the passenger seat, on its mismatched, unblinking gaze. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, filling the small space of my SUV. It mixed with the musty smell of old fabric, creating a sickening cocktail that clawed at my throat. I could feel them, all of them, in the car with me, surrounding me, their silent, empty eyes fixed on me, just waiting. My primal, desperate urge to simply survive had brought me here. But now, survival seemed like a cruel joke. I was trapped, not just in this forgotten corner of the Pacific Northwest, but in a nightmare that had followed me, that had finally caught up. The engine was still running, a low rumble, but it felt like the only thing keeping me from screaming was the sheer, paralyzing weight of the terror that had settled in the car. I could not move. I could not breathe. I just sat there, listening to the dry, rustling whispers, feeling the thousands of empty eyes on me, knowing that my old life, chasing legends, was not just dead. It was being slowly, meticulously devoured. And I was next. The trees blurred into a wall of green and brown as my foot stayed glued to the accelerator. My old SUV, a reliable but battered beast, groaned in protest, but I did not care. The sound of snapping branches and crunching underbrush was a symphony of escape, far more welcome than the sickening schlorp I would just heard. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged, desperate gasp for air that felt thick with a metallic stench of blood, and whatever it was those dolls were. My mind was a kaleidoscope of Terror the Black, empty eyes of the entity at the stone circle, the shriveled husk of that poor man, the horrifying, wet tearing sound. And now those damn dolls. Their button eyes, their stitched mouths, the way they moved, the way one of them had eaten another. It was too much. Far, far too much. My explorer's spirit had not just died, it had been eviscerated. Its remains fed to something I could not comprehend. I drove until the gas light flickered on, a cruel reminder of my dwindling resources in this forgotten corner of the Pacific Northwest. The doll grove was long gone, swallowed by the dense, ancient forest, but the image of it was burned into my retinas. Every shadow seemed to twist into a doll-like figure. Every rustle of leaves sounded like tiny, stiff fabric limbs dragging across the ground. I was losing it. I knew it. But what else could I do? Where else could I go? I pulled over on a narrow, unpaved logging road, deep in the absolute middle of nowhere. The engine died with a final shudder, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, knuckles white. I was exhausted, physically and mentally. Sleep felt like an impossibility, a luxury I could not afford. Every twitch, every creak of the SUV's cooling metal sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I tried to rationalize. Dolls do not move. Dolls do not eat. It was a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by extreme stress and sleep deprivation. But then, how did one appear behind my SUV? How did I hear that sound so clearly? How did the metallic scent intensify? No, my mind was not playing tricks. Something utterly, horrifyingly wrong was happening in these woods. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time had lost all meaning. I sat there, hunched over, trying to make myself as small as possible, as if invisibility would protect me. The moon, a sliver of silver, cast long, spectral shadows through the trees. The air grew cold, a biting chill that seeped into my bones, reminding me of the stone circle. Then, I heard it. At first, it was just the wind, a low sigh rustling through the towering pines. But as it picked up, growing stronger, it changed. It was not just the sound of air moving through leaves. It was more, a mournful sound, like a distant, lonely cry. I tried to dismiss it as a trick of the wind, a peculiar acoustic phenomenon common in deep forests. But then it came again, louder this time, carrying a distinct guttural quality. It sounded like a wolf. My heart hammered against my ribs. Wolves were natural, I told myself. They lived in these woods. But this was not just one wolf. The sound swelled, rising and falling, and I could swear I heard multiple voices in that wind, blending into a chorus of unearthly howls. It was not a pack, not really. It was the wind itself that howled like a pack of wolves. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once, swirling around my SUV, pressing against the windows. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles aching. This was different from the dolls, different from the entity. This was elemental, primal, and it was just as terrifying. The sound seemed to burrow into my ears, into my very skull, vibrating through my teeth. It was a call, a summons, an invitation to something I instinctively knew I should never, ever accept. I started the engine, the roar a welcome disruption to the chilling symphony outside. I needed to move. Anywhere. Away from this sound. I fumbled with the gear stick, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The SUV lurched forward, tires spinning in the loose gravel before finding purchase. I drove, slowly at first, then faster, pushing the old beast harder than I should. But the howling wind did not diminish. If anything, it seemed to intensify, wrapping around the vehicle, a relentless sonic assault. It felt like it was chasing me, or rather leading me. The howls had a strange, almost hypnotic quality, a rhythm that resonated deep within my chest. I fought against it, clamping my hands over my ears, but the sound was too pervasive. It was not just external, it felt like it was inside me. The road wound deeper into the wilderness, narrower and more overgrown with each mile. I knew I should turn back, find a main road, some sign of civilization. But the wind seemed to dictate my direction, subtly nudging me down forgotten paths, deeper into the dark heart of the forest. The gaslight continued to mock me, glowing ominously. Then I saw it. Through a break in the trees, illuminated by my headlights, was a small, dusty clearing. And in the middle of it, a vehicle. It was an old pickup truck, rusted and covered in a thick layer of pine needles and dust, as if it had been sitting there for years. The doors were ajar, flapping slightly in the wind. My heart leaped into my throat. A human presence. A chance for help, for answers. But the relief was short-lived. A prickle of dread crawled up my spine. Why would someone abandon their truck like this deep in the woods? I slowed, my foot hovering over the brake. The howling wind seemed to quiet slightly as I approached, as if waiting, watching. I peered into the truck's cab as I drove past. Nothing. No one. Just an empty seat, a faded baseball cap on the dashboard, and a few crumpled fast food wrappers. Signs of a hasty departure. I pulled over a little way down the road, engine still running, headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. My mind raced. This was wrong. This was too similar to the feeling of the abandoned stone circle, the unsettling stillness before the horror began. I got out of my SUV, my legs wobbly, the cold air immediately biting at my exposed skin. The howls of the wind picked up again, swirling around me, a cacophony of unseen wolves. It was louder here, closer. It seemed to emanate from the direction the truck was facing, deeper into the woods. Against every instinct, against every fiber of my being that screamed to get back in the car and drive until the gas ran out, I found myself walking towards the abandoned pickup. My curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, was a dangerous thing. I needed to know. I needed answers. As I got closer, the metallic scent returned. Not the same as the dolls, not as overwhelming, but a faint, coppery tang that made my stomach churn. I peered into the truck again, more closely this time. On the passenger seat, half hidden under the baseball cap, was a tattered road map. A specific route was circled in red marker, leading directly to nowhere. Just a blank spot on the map deep in the wilderness. And scrawled in shaky handwriting next to the circle were two words of howling. My blood ran, cold. The howling. Someone else knew. Someone else had heard it. And they had followed it. I looked around the clearing, my eyes straining in the dim light. The ground was uneven, covered in pine needles and fallen leaves. No footprints. No signs of a struggle. Just an empty truck and the relentless, haunting wind. Suddenly, a gust ripped through the clearing, slamming the truck's passenger door shut with a deafening clang. I jumped back, a scream caught in my throat. The wind swirled around me, pushing against my body, making my clothes flap violently. The howls intensified, no longer just a sound, but a palpable presence, a force that seemed to want to lift me off my feet. It felt like 1,000 unseen mouths were screaming directly into my ears, calling my name, beckoning me deeper. I scrambled back to my SUV, fumbling with the door handle, my hands slick with sweat and fear. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. My breath came in ragged gasps, my chest heaving. This was not just a wind. This was something else entirely. Something that lured people in, something that made them abandon their vehicles and their lives, something that made them vanish without a trace. I started the engine again, the roar a desperate plea for normalcy. I put the SUV in reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away from the clearing, leaving the abandoned truck and its chilling secret behind. But the wind followed. It was like an invisible predator, circling, never letting me go. The howls were relentless, a constant drone in my ears, making my head ache. I drove for what felt like hours, the gas gauge dipping lower and lower, the darkness of the forest absolute. My paranoia, already at a fever pitch, became unbearable. Every shadow in my peripheral vision seemed to shift. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. I kept checking my rear-view mirror, half expecting to see a pair of button eyes, or worse, the black, empty stare of the entity. But there was only the endless, dark road and the swirling, howling wind. Then, through the relentless noise, I heard something else. A faint, almost imperceptible thump, thump, thump. It took me a moment to realize what it was. My tires. They were losing air. Panic flared, cold and sharp. A flat tire. Here. Now. It had to be a cruel joke, a cosmic punishment. I slowed the SUV, my heart sinking with each heavy thump. I could not stop. I could not afford to stop. Not with that wind still howling around me, still calling. But the tire was going flat fast. The SUV started to pull hard to the right. I cursed under my breath, my voice hoarse with fear and exhaustion. I had no choice. I pulled over, finding a small, barely their shoulder by the roadside. The moment the engine died, the silence was deafening, save for the wind. It was right there, all around me, a swirling vortex of sound. It felt like it was pressing in on the SUV, trying to pry open the doors, to drag me out. I needed to change the tire. Now, before the gas ran out completely, before the wind got too strong, before whatever it was that followed the wind found me. I fumbled for the flashlight in the glove compartment, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The beam cut a weak swath through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the flat tire, a jagged piece of metal embedded in the sidewall. Damn it. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I forced myself out of the SUV. The cold hit me immediately, but it was the sound that truly assaulted me. The howls were deafening now, a swirling, chaotic chorus that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. It felt like the wind was alive, a monstrous entity made of sound and cold. It tugged at my clothes, whipped my hair around my face, and seemed to whisper my name in 1,000 guttural voices. No, I muttered, shaking my head. No, I won't follow. I hurried to the back of the SUV, pulling out the spare tire and the jack. Every movement felt like I was wading through thick mud. The wind was a physical presence, pushing against me, trying to disorient me. I could barely see, barely think. As I knelt by the flat tire, struggling with the lug nuts, the wind changed. The howls became more distinct, more focused. It sounded less like a pack of wolves and more like voices. Human voices, distorted, stretched, screaming in agony and despair, interwoven with the animalistic howls. It was the sound of the vanished, their final moments, captured and amplified by this malevolent wind. My blood ran cold. I dropped the lug wrench with a clatter. It was not just a wind. It was a collector. It gathered those who followed it, absorbed their screams, and added them too. Every story we share is a reminder that the unknown is closer than we think. Support the channel by liking and subscribing. and keep the conversation alive by sharing your own experiences. Your story might be the next one we bring to life.